visions as your spellcasting focus.
Hello,
Hi, Harold.
everyone.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me move this over.
I'll tell you more about it later, Dustin.
Yeah, definitely. Oh no, you used my real name! Oh no!
Yes! Well, we have 2 Dusties. Or
Now you just spoiled another person's name!
Hey, at least I haven't said your full name.
Guys, our names are literally, like, in the description. It's fine.
Oh.
Actually, it isn't.
Yeah.
Well,
Actually, it's true.
Our
Our screen names are used.
Yeah, but I don't use my real name in my screen name. I don't actually give.
Anyways, hello everyone, and welcome to wow, my brain is just suddenly short-circuiting. Okay. Oh, all right. Welcome to Ichor and Honor. I am your host, the Herald, and this is Dumb Luck Club. As you can see, they're affecting me right now. So, announcement-wise, first of all, welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you here, especially on this channel. So, announcement-wise, there is going to be a little bit of an update regarding the subscription perks, as well as a little bit of updates to the merch store as well. So keep an eye out for that. That'll be coming up within the next week or so. Also, as mentioned before, if you guys enjoyed the campaign, please be sure to follow. And if you're watching this on YouTube, please be sure to like and subscribe. And for those of you who are here in the chat, you can influence the campaign with bits. You can either help or hinder the party as you so desire. And it's listed out at the bottom right corner for you. And, of course, there's always the free variant option as well with shields, which is our channel point system that you can use to redeem to also influence the campaign. Those who are subscribed also will actually earn their shields at a higher rate as well. So, without any further delay, let us go ahead and begin Ichor and Honor. Where we last left off with the party, Dumb Luck Club had returned back from paying a visit to the capital of the Kre'Iro. Though not with everyone in tow, as Umeko had found herself captured. The party had decided to approach the Emperor about this situation, having received his help before in the past with another situation with another party member getting arrested. Now, they had done so, and were able to convince the Emperor to go and deal with the situation to get her released, as well as Talus. Though, as they arrived, they were confronted by the daimyo of the Kre'Iro, who also gave a rather strong warning to those who view it as such. Others saw it as a threat, but essentially warning or threatening about the Emperor and the path he was taking. Despite this, he was still arrested, and invokes that the Divine Raven will be the one to decide. With this, the party were able to reunite and found themselves caught up in, once more, a part of the system of this strange country. They were now witnesses for a trial. And with this, the party had decided to spend their night this time around in the magnificent mansion, and had spent some time contemplating, thinking things over, how everything had gone down. But also, it was a chance for some people to connect, which Lydia had a chance with Itham. Learning a bit more about this person named Eladrin, and also the situation regarding their family history. Only to be surprised that certain someone had already been executed. That is where we pick up. Lydia, you just let these words sink in as you realize that Itham isn't pulling your leg.
Yeah. Hearing the words that, like, Anna had been ordered to be executed and beheaded, and I'm pretty sure being proficient with, like, Arcana and Medicine, Lydia knows there's, like, no coming back from that. Nothing, like, short of wish, if I'm correct. She's just gonna, like, sing a little bit, like, God damn, I hate being young. Okay. When did this happen?
Sometime before your naming ceremony, from what I understood.
Okay. She still managed to get the last laugh in, though, because Anna was the one who hired that Drow faction for the assassination.
Seems to be just thinking it over.
Who is the author, then? Because you said when you came back, it was the Conjurer, the author, and Avalon. So obviously the author can't be Avalon, right?
I wish I had the answer for that.
You can't remember anything from when you were in their possession?
Only as much as I've had shared with you.
Okay. Alright. Great. Cool. Thanks for throwing my theories out the window with them. Appreciate it.
He just stays there silently as he's just thinking things over.
Haven't told you everything. Is there any questions that you might have?
A lot of them, but
Okay.
if I may be so bold, and why are you insistent on helping the people here?
You're asking me why I want to help people.
The thing is, Lizelle, I just don't exactly see how helping a people in a country that don't want anything to do with us. Why would we offer the help, especially when it's something that doesn't seem to really affect us?
In the beginning, almost a year ago, I was there when it started. And some of us in this group that have remained were named honored guests of the Emperor. And it was our job to help. To find out who tried assassinating the Emperor.
Then I don't see as how being an honored guest would be treated as like a job title. That just seems to be more of something of a reward.
This was all before I got my own memories back, Itham, and by the time I got my own memories back, I had already promised my services, not only to the Emperor, but also to these people in this house. And I can't just leave one battlefield for another. And the first Emperor, that thing, has specifically stated that he wants to take over all of Norum. And that includes Azuria. So whether we leave here and go home, it's eventually going to find us at home. So if we can stop it here, we can then go home and fix there. But we gotta do one problem at a time. If you want to leave, I can send you back. I can send you back to Elrahim tomorrow morning.
You know I wouldn't leave you behind.
My friends in Astraf. My family here.
I know why I'm staying. I just didn't know as to why you are.
I gave my word. And long before I even got here, Astraf was hired to come out here. Astraf and Thal were hired to come out here. And that's how I ended up out here. And until this is resolved, they can't leave. They're not released from their contract. And because of that, now my whole family's here. And that includes my son. And I'm not leaving my son out here fighting a fight that's really not his to fight.
The only reason I'm here is to keep you safe. We don't have any you may have people, but I don't. I may have a friend, but that's it.
I'm sure there are plenty people in Azuria that would
Lidizel,
await your...
they're, as you said before, they are in anarchy.
Yes.
That doesn't mean I can trust that many people. Even those who I thought were my friends. Literally, Eldrahin's the only one that I can trust from back home.
And you were father's son. You were supposed to take the throne anyways. So if you go back, you could end it.
But would I be able to, though?
It's a question to ask yourself. You may trust Elrahim, but right now, I don't know him as well as you do. So I'm not even sure if I can trust him.
And I'm not sure if I can fully trust the ones who you call your family.
Not fair. I'm not asking you to.
And I'm not asking you to trust him.
Okay.
But I'm stating as to why I am still here. If it wasn't... If you had decided the next day to go to Azuria, I would leave with you without a second thought.
Even believe me, I'm contemplating going back just for like 24 hours just to see what's happening. But I'm also needed here as well. I can't be two places at once. I want to go back. And give me 24 hours, I can go there and back. But that means I have to sleep in Azuria. And I don't know if we're, like you said, if we would even be safe there. So if we go there, there could be no coming back here. Go, and if you want to go, we'll go. I just have to convince a lot of people that I will be safe and I will return.
Again, I'm just saying as to why I'm here and why I'm still sticking around, because I don't have the ties like you do to this place.
My ties are pretty loose anyways. For the most part.
Obviously not that loose.
Some aspects. Damn, can I just like insight check and make sure like all of this is like level with like what I'm used to and like
Sure.
he's not just like trying to convince me otherwise.
Sure, give me an insight check.
And I just like
He's playing those mind games.
vibe check 13. Not that great.
He seems to be very forthright in what he's saying. And very much saying like he has not the ties that you have to the people here. He doesn't. Your friends are not his friends. That sort of thing. So he is still just like as how everyone else is on guard. You kind of have a feeling that he is also very wary of the people. Like the feeling is mutual in that regard.
Yeah. Okay.
And that seems like, at least from what you can tell with the 13, that you're pretty much the only one he can trust at the moment.
Yeah. I think out of everyone, another person that you could trust is Diar. He's from Azuria as well. He got out before all the conflict. And he is also another person that is sworn to protect the princess. If that means anything.
Well, we'll see how that goes.
Alright. Anything else?
I have a few more, but I think right now wouldn't be the best time to rest for tonight.
Like I said, after we're done with the court case, if you want to pop back via a tree, say the word, and I can get us there. Think about it. I'll start picking up all like the articles. Picking up my mess.
Okay. While this is all happening, what are the rest of you doing?
I know that Umeko and a few others were gone to go check on baby Ichor.
Diar's actually going to try to forge those special items you had told me had been kind of calling out to him into his blade.
Alright, so go ahead and... So, for the time being, go ahead and roll me... Let's go ahead and say dexterity check, but add your proficiency bonus because of your tools.
Alright, and because of the fact that I have the fire rune, my smithing tools I get expertise in.
Okay, so you go ahead and add and double that proficiency bonus.
So
go ahead and roll it 3 times, and this will be considered of what you're doing for your time before your long rest.
Cool. Give
So,
me a second as Roll20 is being a
go ahead.
knothead to me.
Yeah, just go ahead and roll it, and I'm gonna go ahead and move on to those who are going to baby Ichor. Who is going to Ichor?
It was me, Gale, and Delan, I believe.
All right. So the 3 of you leave the mansion and head towards the grand temple that is located in this area, in the city. And as you arrive at the grand the temple, which is in the domain of the Kata, you begin you begin to look around. You see that there seems to be a little bit much more in the way of activity here
Crazy.
among the clan. Like, you see more of the people who are wearing the clan symbol interacting and such, and seems to be almost like a little bit of a hubbub going on. And as Diar's rolling that, what do you do as you arrive here at this temple? As you see all this activity, in fact, you see about there's multiple small groups seeming to have formed in conversing with each other.
Was it?
It's not-
Was it like this before when you
It's
were?
not
young?
usually this busy.
It's not.
Well, most of us sit here in silence,
Mm-hmm.
so this is way different.
Should we go up to one of the groups and ask, "Hey, what's going on?"
We can just go up to the closest group, I guess.
Yeah. Gale's gonna go up to the closest group
Mm-hmm.
and say, "Excuse me, I'm pardon for intruding. What is going on here? It seems more busier in this part than usual."
One of them seemed to look in your direction before, and they seem to stop talking before looking to you, Gale, and says, "Oh, I'm sorry. I am not allowed to speak to you."
Can you point us in the direction of who we can speak to?
And they gesture. Oh, you see, he gestures over to what appears to be that of a familiar, much shorter Arakakra.
Krana?
You see Krana there, just while he's wearing the same kind of attire as those of the clan members, his does not seem to hold the symbol of the kata. And as you look in his direction, he just seems like, "Oh, it's you! It's been a while."
Oh, Krama, what's going on right now?
It's good to see you again.
Good to see you all too. He does a quick bow and then continues on explaining. Right now there's a little meeting going on as to who will be chosen for the trial.
Chosen.
Well, I'm sorry. I guess you didn't know. So since we are, for this one, we are actually both, we provide someone from the clan as the prosecution, as well as someone who's defending the accused.
So who are they looking at the pick?
That's what they're trying to decide right now.
And she'll look over at all the different groups. Is each group a different candidate?
Give me a perception check.
Ooh. That's not the right button. That one. 20. Dirty 20.
Okay. All right, give me a moment. You notice that they seem to be. You do notice that there are a few discussing. Oh, for some reason that alert didn't go off, but I saw that the 100 bits. So the D4 is for Lydia.
Thank you.
I'm gonna make sure that the alert's working for that, because that should have gone off. So.
Again.
But But yes, as you are looking, you notice this, and that they seem to be slowly but surely. People seem to be. There are groups that seem to be of various candidates. As you notice that there's they seem to be asking them a series of questions, and you catch some of them, and they're not really as to what you would expect. Really, it's more of scenario situations as to how they would approach a particular situation. Some related to law, others not so much. And they seem to be going to each individual person that seem to be gaining some sort of attention. It's almost like they're going through their own vetting process.
Have you guys been doing this all day?
It does take some time. But we're close to the end.
So you pick your people and then give them 1 day to prepare?
Oh, no. The way it works for us is that there are members of the clan of the Kara that have been dedicated to this sort of task. So they're not exactly unprepared. In fact, as soon as we hear about anything of this level, of this magnitude, we make it our priority to prepare for such cases. In fact, the Baise had told us, as soon as the Baise had told us about this, we started preparing immediately.
So you made it so as soon as you heard about it, you made it your #1 priority?
Exactly. The good news is, though, that we don't need to worry about who we're choosing for the prosecution. So we just had to worry about the defendant.
Who's prosecuting?
Kara talk.
Okay. Cool.
Why did you say it like that, Umeko? Is it
Oh, I'm sorry. Correction. I made a mistake there. That was my bad. It's supposed to be.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say like, why is he?
Yeah, no. It would be correction. This was I got it mixed up. It was supposed to be the defendant. He said the one defending him is a Karatak. The one who's prosecuted.
Defending him? Okay.
But the one we're choosing is the one we're doing for the prosecution right now. I think. And he pauses. He looks, and you see that where this kind of like where the altar is and everything. You see where the some of the more senior members, including one of which that seems to be one of the older ones, that's just sitting there in his chair, which you had seen before, Umeko, a few times.
Is that the one that kept staring at me?
Yeah, it's the one that kept staring at you. He's sitting there.
Gale looks up. Who are these? Well, they're members of the Kara. I'm thinking, but are they like higher up in the Kara?
Yes, these are the senior members.
Krana, is there anything we can do to help with this process?
I have a feeling the one who's going to be doing the prosecution is gonna be talking to you, so the only reason why I can talk to you is because he's whispering this. It's because I'm not a clan member by all technicality.
They were forbidden from speaking to us?
Yes, because that could be considered influencing the situation, especially with how delicate this is.
I think I read that in a book somewhere.
As
Yeah, what book?
One of the law books that Delan snuck on board Harek's ship.
You had law books on the ship? What country? Wait, I'm curious now.
Delan chimes in. Oh, no. He's mistaken. They're not exactly law books. They are You know what Daggers and Roses is, yes? Think of that, but of a different setting.
You're using those as law?
You just see Dalen just having the devilish of smirks on his face. Also, skill inspiration for Daphne. Now, as they stand there, you hear one of the one that's sitting in the seat, the one that you had caught staring at you a few times, Umeko, says,
Yeah.
"We have now reached a decision." Also, Umeko, you get skill inspiration. Prosecution, the defendant, the one representing the daimyo of the Kre'Iro, Kara Tak, will be defending him. The one who will be prosecuting is Kara Vis. And you see it's almost like as you see a flock, just like when you see a flock of birds just turn and look at their heads in one direction at something, you just see they turn and look, and you see what appears to be that of a female Arakakra, who you notice who was there with Black Wolf the first time when he got into that tense situation with the Kara.
Can you be more specific?
The first time when he tried going to their embassy.
The one that we thought he was immediately hitting on.
Yeah.
The one we thought that was Karatak's daughter?
I think so.
I think that was just Umeko.
Okay, Umeko.
Yeah.
You finally get a name tied to that Arakakra, as it's the one you met a long time ago.
Yeah.
Who helped diffuse the situation between you, Black Wolf, and the guards.
Yeah. Grana, real fast. Can you get like bullet points of who that is?
And he whispers to you as you watch as Karavis makes her way to this where the altar is, and they seem to be getting some sort of ritualistic ceremony of sorts. As he explains, Karavis is the only daughter of Karatak.
Awesome.
She
Cool.
is-
Daughter-father trial. Great.
She is very, though from what I understood, their relationship is not exactly seen as the best. Which kind of makes sense as to why they would probably choose it. Their falling out is very public among the clan. So Kanavis is, but she is a bright mind, very much focused on law, and has always made a point to be the counterbalance to Karatak.
I guess that's pretty good. This have in as your clan heads, I guess.
If you don't mind me asking, Grana, what was their falling out about anyway?
I don't know exactly, but I have a feeling it has something to do with the death of her mother.
Dead parents, that's always what it is.
I'm just picturing Umeko just excited hearing about the drama of the clan while watching this ritualistic ceremony taking place.
No, that's just me.
I know. She didn't die by any horrific means, but well, it's I guess you can say as part of her grief, she threw that onto him.
Hardest thing a child has to go through is the death of a parent.
So, and as you watch, they seem to be completing this ritualistic ceremony, pretty much asking various questions, her answering yes, and as she completes, she turns around and looks to the group, and this time you finally have a good view of what she looks like. You see that definitely unlike Karatak, who has a little bit of a dad bod going on, she is very much of a slender figure. You see that she too is also like an albatross variant, but you see that right under her eyes, like along the feathers there, you see that there appears to be various specks, almost looking like specks of paint, but it doesn't seem to be, as you see there's different colors about it on each side, right, going right along the right under the eye. As she looks at everyone, you hear her speak. For the honor of not just Akara, but also with my honor, I will ensure that the one accused will be given the best of defense.
I thought she was prosecuted.
Oh wait, no, prosecuting, that's right. Oh my goodness, my brain is off today. Yeah, I'm sorry. I am totally off my rocker today.
2 lawyers, Herald. He doesn't need 2 lawyers.
No, yeah. But yeah. So, but yes, you know what I mean. You shush.
Yeah,
So yeah, but yeah, I'm pretty much vowing to handle this matter in a way that brings justice to light.
Cool. Okay.
Maybe I should have gone a little bit something spicier than coffee.
Ringo Burr.
Like your coffee.
Anyways, so as she finishes her vow of being the prosecutor, it seems people are now starting to disperse. As you see, like, some people are going back to whatever duties they had before, but you also see the newly appointed prosecutor, Karavis, seeming to stay and talk to some of the elder members before breaking away from them and going off to a different spot seeming to meditate for a moment.
We can't really talk to her.
Yeah, but I kind of want to.
I mean, you are witnesses, so you kind of are okay now. You just hear from Kronos, he's just looking up at you. Keep in mind, he's also slightly shorter than Umeko.
Gale's just looking down.
Me and Crow just like whispering at each other underneath, like everyone.
Yeah.
What would you want to talk to her about then?
I mean, at least give her congratulations. But also priority. I'm here for the kid.
Yeah.
Or at least this. See, Crud has everything been alright over here on this end?
As far as I'm aware, everything's been just perfectly normal.
Okay. Can I insight him?
Sure, go ahead.
Let's see. 13.
He almost seems to be taken aback by such a question, just like surprised, really. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you.
I mean, Gale, if you and Delan want to go over and talk to her real fast, I'm going to probably go see the kid, and you guys can meet me after, or during.
He's never got to meet the kid, though.
Gale was there. Wasn't he at the mountain?
Yeah, Gale was there.
Delan.
Daylin hasn't met him.
That's up to Delan if he wants to meet the kid. He's not socially obligated to meet him if he doesn't want to.
That's quite alright. I'm going to, I figured this is a parenting moment, so I won't interrupt it.
Fair. Let's go talk to Kara Viz then.
She's like, Umeko's gonna be like, about to say something, be like, no, you know what? I trust you enough. Let's see how this goes.
Be careful now.
Tight check.
So, Umeko goes off to meet, to meet up with the Kier, whom you're able to find.
Yay.
Yeah, you get to spend time with the kid as you catch him catch before it was time for him to go to bed. So you have a little bit of time to spend with them. Gale, you go approach Kara Viz.
Gale bows. Congratulations on your appointing to be the prosecutor.
Thank you. As she slowly opens her eyes. I believe you are one of the witnesses, yes?
Mm-hmm. Gale Windleaf, a honored guest of the Emperor.
And Delan introduces himself, and she just gives a respectful nod to both of you. Well, it is good because I'm going to need to speak to you as well as the rest of your companions.
Mm-hmm. They are resting at the moment, but will be ready for the trial.
Then perhaps we should meet in the morning then, because while we did have some time to prepare, I am going to need a bit more information from each and every one of you. Because if we are to bring Kre'Iro to justice, we're going to need to get everything together.
Definitely. From the things we saw out there, it's a bad situation.
Let us hope that the defendant isn't going to have such a solid defense. So, unless there's something you wish for us to discuss right now, then I will wait until I meet all of you in the morning.
That sounds good. Rest well, and we will see you in the morning.
Okay.
Where are we supposed to meet for the courts?
You are currently residing at the palace, yes?
Yes.
Then I will meet you there in the morning.
Okay. Sorry,
We're ready for court. Where are we reporting?
This kind of sums up the session in a nutshell from both the player and the DM side. It's been a hot minute since we played. I missed doing weekly. Oh my goodness.
Gale's just like, sorry, I'm kind of the clueless one of the group.
Even the did you say the same character?
Yes, in character.
Okay,
in character.
she would have looked at you and just said, even the village idiot has uses.
I said I'm clueless. I'm not an idiot.
It's a phrase.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I'll let you.
Gale, it's probably best that you just. This is Delan, just like going. You just stop. Boy, you're fumbling.
I've been fumbling since I lost my ability to be a bard.
I just, for some reason, that just fits so perfectly. I just pictured, because with that slurp, I just pictured Gale just grabbing a cup out of nowhere.
You didn't lose your charisma score. Or your intelligence.
Oh my gosh. What is this session? So, after some time pass, we'll go ahead and have you all do a long rest.
Hey, yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god. My god, what is this session?
I thought the Clover House was in the palace.
We're in like the
The door's
garden.
invisible when it's closed.
Yes, I know, but I thought we were in the palace.
The door's still invisible when it's
She
closed.
can't find us because
She can't find us unless we're out. So maybe tell her like, hey, if you could come around this
There's
time,
servants that could probably help.
True.
baby. Just wait for this invisible door to open. Yeah, sure.
So,
Just wait in the garden till we find.
So, as you are, after you all take your long rest, you all wake up in the Clover House.
I need to swing by Diar real quick.
Okay.
That is okay. Pop over to his room and just give a knock politely.
Dear.
He slowly opens up the door.
I just picture he's just like slowly opening the door. You see half his face.
Good morning. Do you still have those sending scrolls, buddy?
Probably.
I need at least one.
Give me a few minutes. I'm not dressed. As he closes the door.
It takes you a minute to put pants on.
You don't sleep in your pants, god damn it!
I don't sleep in anything.
I don't need to know.
He pulls one out and just like kind of tries to shove it through the door without opening the door anymore.
just like as if he was having to roll toilet paper.
Basically.
Cool. Thank you very much. I also figured I should warn you. I might disappear for like a day. I wouldn't worry too much about it. I'm taking Itham with me. You're not wearing pants, so you can't
Explain.
argue right now. Azuria. That's all you need to know.
Don't make me open this door.
Please do not open the door.
Did you tell everyone else?
Not yet.
Am I going with you?
Do you want to go?
Slams the door, gets some pants on. And the rest of his stuff.
Okay.
Pants are needed to converse, yes. I'm not having a conversation, not wearing pants. Just gonna wait in the hallway.
Okay.
I got pants on.
It's not confirmed yet. I left it up to Itham. I told him to give me his decision as soon as the court case is over. But we might pop back just to, like, assess the situation that's happening in Azuria so we know what to expect when we're done here.
Lydia one shot.
I mean, I have no like ties to this trial because I really don't know what's going on.
Also, apologies, Umeko, you do have a skill inspiration.
So, I'm good to go at any time.
I understand that. Unfortunately, I have to be there because I have the evidence physically in my brain. But just be prepared. I might disappear. If you really want to go, I will let you know. Okay. Yeah. We just gotta decide if we're sneaking out or if we're telling people.
You are literally going to a war zone or a rebellion zone. I'm not letting you go there without at least 2 people.
I'm leaving one battlefield for another. I'll be fine. I'm going with Itham, and we're gonna meet up with, apparently my former fiance. It'll be fine. If you don't come
okay.
Diar, I have to ask, are you speaking through the door, or is the door opened?
He has pants on now.
Door opened at this point.
Okay, so as you open the door, and as Lydia's continuing on with this, you see that she is not exactly alone, as there's someone standing right behind her, but hasn't made himself known yet.
Is it Asterath?
It is Asterath.
Sir, I have a passive perception of 25. Where the fuck
he is the leader of a Drow group who is an assassin and has a stealth that passes without trace of shame. So
your
shush.
Husband.
I'm also his wife.
Spot. He knows your blind spots, though.
And if he's going, I have no other reason to stay here because it's either protect you or protect him. So if he's going, I'm also going. So haha.
Is Diar making any eye contact above me? Like a tell that Asterath is with me? Can I tell what's happening around me?
Diar, give me a deception check. Lydia, give me an insight check.
Hey, good thing I get this at advantage because of a rune.
13 again? Okay.
Change your dice color.
You have no idea. You don't see a tell. He just seems to be looking in a general direction.
Okay, fine. So you're saying you want to go? That's what you're saying to me. Okay, so then we just have to wait on Itham, and I'll either have to sneak out or leave a note and tell Daphne or not tell anyone. It'll be fine.
My lady.
Diar.
It's at this point you feel yourself suddenly picked up, Lydia, and over someone's shoulders. Like fireman style.
Yep.
Thank you.
Good morning to you too. I am not doing anything that I'm not supposed to be doing. You can put me down. Feet on the ground, please.
I don't know about that. You just hear from Asterath.
I was gonna tell you.
When?
I was gonna...
In a letter? As he's walking down the stairs, he's like, when? In a letter? When you were gone already?
Technically, no. I was going to actually tell you. You are the exception.
Give me either persuasion or deception check.
You telling the truth or you deceiving your husband?
I'm gonna give myself guidance while we're doing this.
I just imagine Gale and Daphne just downstairs drinking mimosas.
Can I give
29 plus 4?
Can I give Asterath a bardic inspiration for this?
Sure. I just rolled for him, so that works.
It's a d6.
Okay, d6.
Have fun being that 29 plus 4.
Let's see.
That's what? Yeah. It's my expertise. My sweet little puppet dog eyes. I will wild shape into a red panda, sir. If that
he's
will
not
help.
saying he's not saying a word as he's continuing down the stairs, still holding you fireman style over his shoulder.
Daphne, who is currently probably in the dining room area, because that's usually where they have breakfast, has whiskey playing with a kiwi on the table. He's just batting it back and forth, and she's having some fruit. Does she see? Can she do an insight check when Asaroth comes in to see what his mood is? Because she hasn't seen him fireman carry Lydia.
Sure. Just go ahead and give me an insight check. And I'm sending you a DM,
Fireman?
Lydia.
Okay, is it firemen or is it potatoes? Like.
All right, let's go with potatoes, just because that's probably more.
Okay. So.
I'll just dead weight myself. That's fine.
Insight.
Ooh, my god.
29.
Welcome to high levels.
As he's turning around the corner, you just see he has this mood of just like he's not wanting to deal with some BS right now.
Daphne, who is like midway eating pineapple. Is she being a brat again?
I am not going to dignify that answer.
Well, it's technically not dignify the question with an answer, but it's early morning, so I'll forgive you for that. She just continues eating her pineapple. Whiskey's still wrestling the kiwi.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, Gale's just drinking, has just a splash of champagne and then the rest orange juice.
Make sure you don't get too drunk. We are not getting drunk before our court date.
That's why I said just a splash of champagne. Just
And
like a drop of orange juice.
Astraf sits down and after he finally puts Lydia down.
Thank you.
What did
Take
you
my
do?
seat and have a coffee. I just needed a sending scroll from Diar.
Insight check.
Go ahead, insight check.
No.
Darn it, 14.
Lydia just wanted a sending scroll from Diar, and that there's something else to it, but that's the base of it.
Oh, so we found out who the prosecutor for who's prosecuting against Kre'Iro.
Oh?
Cara Viz. The
Who
daughter.
was that?
Wait.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the daughter.
The daughter of Karatak.
Oh.
And who's
Karatak.
defendant?
Karatak.
Oh.
Defending.
Oh.
This is gonna be interesting.
That feels like a conflict of interest.
To be fair, they don't have a good relationship in the first place.
They had a falling
Not a
out.
conflict of interest, then. All right.
Also found out. Oh, go ahead.
Cara Viz does want to meet with all of us to talk. I think before the trial.
All right.
That
She
makes
snaps her
sense.
fingers so the front door opens. So there's just like a glowing door in the garden.
Also, talked to Itham last night.
Mm-hmm.
Most likely the author is not Anna. So, back on square one on that one. Apparently Anna was beheaded. Couple
Does
months
Daphne remember any of this?
before my naming ceremony?
Give me a history check. Will it be a disadvantage because it is not your country's history?
That's 1. That's 2.
Hard to
Ooh,
tell,
that's
really.
an 8.
It's hard to tell, really, as it is. You're more focused on the more localized history than like global history.
True.
Just realized I never asked if I remember this, but I'm assuming I was probably too young.
You might have been shielded from it. Since
Yeah,
it was
I'm
before
like,
your
was I
naming
too
ceremony.
young to be like exposed to this? DM?
It's your first time hearing about this, so.
Okay, true.
Is Itham joining us for lunch or breakfast?
Is Itham at the table with us?
You see a crow at the table.
Itham, you know you don't have to be a crow to join us for breakfast.
I was about to say no animals at the table, but whiskey is on the table with a kiwi.
Whiskey
you see,
is currently grappling it.
you see that as the invisible servants present the food to the bird, you see that it picks up a few pieces of jerky in its beak before flying off back into the rooms.
I'll take that as a no to joining us.
We got a little sassy at each other last night.
Of course you're gonna get sassy.
Daphne leans over and just whispers softly to one of the servants to bring up more than just a few pieces of jerky to Itham, so he actually has proper food. Ideally, something that Azurian. Maybe.
Okay. All right. It's going to follow your commands, and we'll start bringing. You start seeing some of the trays seeming to float all the way up, just like as if it was like a Beauty and the Beast.
Yay.
Be our guest. Be our guest.
Shall we go eat?
I assume she's meeting us in here.
Where's it? In the garden. Right?
I don't remember where I told her to meet us.
You
Crap.
did.
Great. Okay. Maybe we should at least step outside of the glowing door, and she will find us.
That works.
Whiskey is now wrestling an orange. The kiwi was too easy for him.
I'm just gonna steal an apple before Whiskey starts attacking all the fruit, and he's like, yeah. No.
Damn, if I'm not mistaken, you said that we know that Kara Vis wants to talk to us. Didn't you say that we would also be talking the Kara talk?
No, just Karavis said that.
Well, I thought you said Krana said he would want to talk to us too.
No, I thought I only said Karavis would want to talk to you.
Slip up with mixing up the defendant and the prosecution.
Yeah, that's probably
Okay.
my bad there. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Lydia, you're gonna have to eat the apple before you leave, otherwise she walks out and the apple disappears.
Druidcraft. I got my apple back. Yeah.
Looks exactly the same.
Just slowly flipping off the house. Like, meh.
Gale just squeezes the banana and it just shoots in his throat.
Give me a Constitution save for this.
Out of
Now,
the house,
Whiskey.
I am not giving you the Heimlich.
Now, Whiskey, I'm very sorry, but we can't bring the orange outside with us, so I'm going to leave it here, and you're going to come with me, because we're going to go meet the
Gale's
prosecutor.
gonna choke.
As Gale tries to slingshot the banana or something, just like squeeze it and go flying into his mouth, he's able to do so. But then he just goes, but he's like, just like forcing it in, and it just slowly goes down, and then Delan just looks over to you, Gale, and says, I think you need to work on those gag reflexes, as he walks out of the mansion.
Gale throws
What
an
is
orange
this
at Gale.
session?
I'm sorry, I have to stick to what Delan would actually
I
say.
know.
No, you're fine, you're fine.
He would say that, though. You can't deny that.
He would.
Daphne just picks up Whiskey, shakes her head disappointedly as she walks out. She has her emotional support pygmy griffin. She's good. Nothing can bother her today.
Never doing that again.
Quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Was it a success or a failure?
I'll let you know. Later.
Oh, shit.
Oh shit.
Okay.
So,
Oh, we should probably get Itham out of his room before the house disappears.
He'll just be ejected out.
That's what I mean. I don't think
He's
he wants
not
to
the
be
only one
ejected.
who would be.
Oh yeah, dear.
Oh, dude.
We can have one.
Dear hadn't left yet.
At least you have pants on now.
Daphne just sighs. I'll have the servants inform them 10 minutes before the house is about to eject them. If they haven't left the premises by then. And she just walks out of
okay.
the building of the Clover House.
So,
Go to the courthouse.
as you leave the Clover House, and it's at this. It's actually as soon as you leave, you hear one of the servants approaches you and informs you that Cardavis is here to see you.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. The Clover House is probably the most secure place to have a meeting if she's comfortable with that. Our leader's gone. She went back into the Clover House to get more apples. Or her husband kidnapped her without us seeing. That is a higher possibility.
I thought more realistic she went back for her brother, but sure.
I mean, okay, yeah, that's actually probably much more likely. But not as funny.
So, as you're making a suggestion to the party, what do the rest of you do?
Yo, I'm allowed to pee.
I know you're allowed to pee.
Not allowed. How dare you have body function?
Diar's how much longer do we technically have in the Clover House?
We have until tonight in the evening because Daphne cast it in the evening.
Diar's actually gonna go over to Itham's room.
Okay.
I finally broke the deal. We're only an hour in, y'all. We're only an hour in. Tonight's bingo card is wild.
So, as you are, you go approach Itham's room. The door's still closed to it, but what do you do?
Going to first knock.
Yes, who needs me? He's just like, you can tell he's a little groggy.
It's Diar.
For what purpose?
We need to talk.
Oh.
The last time I heard someone say that, it was my mother.
I mean, this does have something to do with your family.
You hear the creaking of the bed as he gets up and opens the door. Yes?
What are your plans for Azuria? And I don't mean this little excursion you guys are gonna go on / I'm going to go on as well. But I mean long term, are you planning on ruling it? And if so, what are you planning on doing while ruling?
Let me ask you something, dear. When you first wake up, if someone approached you and asked you an in-depth question regarding smithing or crafting and the various ways, like the method in which something is created, which you think is better and why, do you think that would be a lot for you to hear first thing in the morning?
Better than some of the things that have actually happened. I mean, yesterday we did just have to run out of the place we were in. So, I think this is easier than that.
You're definitely a different breed compared to I.
Here, let's go with this. When you wake up, I'll be sitting and eating in the kitchen. Because Diar really isn't like, he doesn't believe he's needed for the trial. He doesn't even speak the native language. So, he's gonna just stay inside.
I feel like Diar's trying to live that SpongeBob meme, the indoors.
Not the goal, but it's hilarious.
Well, in either case, we're gonna have to. From my understanding, we are kind of stuck in this trial situation, so it's probably best to talk about it after we get through this.
You're not gonna get out of this that easily.
No, I know I'm not getting out of it.
As
Trust
Dear
me.
just kind of sits right in front of the door.
Trust me, I already have to answer to my sister.
Yes, but I'd rather have this conversation without Lydia nearby.
I'm not saying Lidizel has to be nearby. I'm just saying, I know I'm not going to be able to get out of it. That is one common trait I notice among you and your friends. You all hold on to something and then you don't let
Yes.
go.
But also, the moment we do, that thing gets in trouble. So, I mean, they let their friend Black Wolf go, and he got into trouble. He died, so you know.
Well, rest assured, I've already died once, so I'm not going to do something foolish.
You're not the only one, but still.
Point taken. But again, I'm not trying to sneak my way out of it. I'm just very tired, especially after all the running that we had to do. So let me just get prepared.
You didn't run. You were a bird.
It's just a little cardio. God.
You didn't run.
You know
Dear just
nothing
kind
about
of-
swarm magic.
Dear just kind of scoffs and just like, okay. Also, I wanted an excuse not to get out of the house because I don't want to deal with a bunch of people talking about something I really have no idea in a language I don't know about.
You know?
So basically, when you hear about their tales of what's been going on, sometimes even I kind of don't know what they're saying. Like this thing
Well-
about an anti-magic thing in a mountain. Until I saw it, I had no idea what it was.
Well, at least we're in good company in that regard. I'm still trying to put together everything that's happened, so.
I hope
Okay.
you don't mind me asking this. Because this is actually something that kind of worries me.
Which is?
What's your thoughts on this Emperor person? From what you know about them.
Emperor, as in the one we're currently residing in, his place? Because I know that we keep talking about a lot of emperors.
Honestly, I mean the one that we're supposed to be fighting. The one that you were working with.
Oh, yes.
Because,
honestly,
yeah.
considering the fact that apparently I came back alive and suddenly manipulated, probably thanks to part of his work, I'm not exactly too fond of him, for one. But two, I guess as of right now I don't understand as to how much of a threat he truly is, but it's enough for Lidizel to want to stay here, so that much I can take into account. So
Also, think about it this way. Lidizel's been at this for a couple months against this guy. Which means she's been a thorn in his side, which means he might be coming after her. So, just so you have that in mind as well.
all the more reason for me to stick around. As if I didn't need to already.
I mean, you're not wrong. Literally, you have the horny goat man.
True. Apparently got some. Apparently, while I was not myself, I got a good few shots off of him. So.
Well, and I also heard this one time they were at a beach and a fireball came out of nowhere. So, you know, random stuff happens.
I am gonna have a babysitter for the rest of my life. Oh my god.
He just
In
slow
fairness,
blinks.
The fireball didn't hit Lydia.
He
But he
slow
was
blinks.
lifeguard.
He just slow blinks and says, "Before." Well, I guess it's a good thing that I plan for us to return to Azuria, so we don't have to deal with this weird magic.
But for how long?
Well, as the saying goes, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But for now, I need to get dressed. I need to get ready because I think we're supposed to be talking to someone. So...
Got it. You'll do all the talking for me. And Diar walks away.
As you walk away, you just hear him clap. If you find yourself having more attention, don't blame me. Now,
Diar just kind of giggles.
Now, for the rest of the group, y'all go to meet with this visitor.
Yep.
All right. So you,
Is Ashraf with
Whiskies.
us, considering he has half of the evidence?
yes, you would be there.
Okay.
Whiskey's just kind of doing laps around the group as we're walking, stretching his wings.
So you find yourself in the same spot where you had talked to the Emperor just yesterday. But you see, as you were waiting, you see this Arakakra approach. You could tell it was from the Kara, and you see, while not in the same robing as Gale and Umeko had seen the night before, you see that what she's wearing is very. While it is traditional, it also seems to be very... It seems to be very much focused on, like, being presentable. Like, kind of like the most formal it could be. You see that she's wearing a similar uniform, and you see that the symbol of which the Kara is not, like, all over the place. It seems to be just right above on her right side. And you see that there's like trims of silver along the edges of her garb. Very simplistic, very, very formal from what you can tell. As she is seated with a few scrolls that she has in hand. Pleasure to meet you all.
Good to see you again.
Likewise.
As some of you may have already been introduced, I am Karaviz, and I'm going to be the one conducting the prosecution.
Mm-hmm.
As we are going into this, I must ask, are you absolutely confident that he is the one?
Yes.
Yes.
He looks over to to Umeko, who's been staying relatively quiet.
She just kind of like looks down.
You have doubts?
I don't necessarily have doubts. It's more I don't know if he did it for the reasons we thought.
I see. Well, that's the thing about law is that we are just going to do our appointed task, and our task is to bring him to justice. We strike at the throat and we do not let go.
wanted to capture all of us.
We don't know his motive behind it, though.
Which
don't know
was
his
actually my
reason.
second question is, the need to establish a motive.
We know for a fact that the Krei relic was given willingly to the faithful. Unless there was something to prove otherwise, Umeko.
Has anything said to you? Because they actually captured you and held you.
Well, when I brought up the relic, he got very defensive very fast. And like you said, Harvest, we strike at the throat. I think that's what happened to him. It was either that or perish. And from what I understand from him, he just wanted to try to protect his clan, his people, like everyone's trying to do.
You see that as you're speaking this, you notice Carnivis opened one of the scrolls and begins writing down some notes.
I would think as a daimyo, you would rather die than give up something that's going to give the enemy more power.
Yeah, we
Unless there
haven't.
was I hate to say it, but remember what happened to the Fall?
In the Za? Regardless, we do have it in writing from a faithful member that the Krei relic was handed over willingly to prove their faithfulness to the proclaimed first emperor. We also have memories, proof of the Krei meeting with a faithful member, in addition to them housing a full embassy on their land, and reports and orders to capture us on sight. But they decided to shoot us instead.
The audio that you got.
The audio of the order to capture us. So there was an order to capture us at some point.
I see.
And the fact they held one of us
Two.
hostage.
Two.
They
There's also
technically-
Talus.
Oh,
They
yeah.
technically kidnapped our friend from her bed and held her hostage, and then during the order to capture us when we were being shot at, they got their hands on Umeko and kept her in some aquatic holding cell.
Where they saw a giant squid.
That's an
Very important to the trial.
That is a
Know that.
detail.
I'm sorry, if you mentioned it in Ascending, I assumed it was important. Somehow.
It was Talus. Speaking of which,
I
where is
withdraw
Talus?
my statement about the giant squid.
I see.
Regardless, it was still done. The Krei relic, even if the Krei relic was given under duress, it was still done, and he still housed
a
the
full, faithful
the
embassy.
faithful. I am not saying that he didn't have a good reason for it. However, it is an act of treason.
Exactly.
They also had a beacon
Oh yes, we don't know
in
what
the
that was for
embassy,
though.
and we have proof as well of a conversation that they were planning on using it to teleport people for a battle at dawn. Don't know if that's important or not, but they were preparing for a fight on Krei land.
We could also mention there was also mention about there being advanced weaponry, from what I was told.
Yes.
Yes.
Arquebuses, yes.
So is Talus with us?
Is Talus with us? Where is Talus?
You would see Youth. The Youth would have been dragging Talus as she's a little bit of still dozing on, like she's drowsy still.
So
Why are
this
you
is
dragging her?
Talus. She is the inventor of the arquebuses. The advanced weaponry that the Kree had that, quite frankly, they shouldn't have had.
Which you don't want to get shot by one of them. They hurt.
No, it is not fun.
Used to it eventually, but that is a different point.
You only got shot once. I got shot 12 times.
She fell 120 feet.
I have been shot out of the sky multiple times in this country. Thank you.
Those with you
Callous.
with observance, you would have heard youth say "get nay on."
I'm gonna give you the look, just like, child. Shush.
But yes, so there was advanced weaponry that was shot at us during the chase.
I see. So we'll definitely need to get the angle we're gonna have to go with. I believe the best way to go about this is that if we are to say, trying to make the argument that he had everything to gain from just working alongside with the enemy, the embassy, the guns, also the fact he's seemed to be that of showing his loyalties, like giving away the relic.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the fact that, from the sounds of it, the relic possibly was given before even the Lunar Festival.
Precisely. Which would also explain as to possibly how the attack had happened at the Lunar Festival.
Ah, yes, there was the fact that even the areas that were well hidden, there was still monsters mucking about. I remember those in the hallways.
Precisely.
With all that, what do you think his sentence would end up being?
If he is to be guilty, then he's going to be executed, and that will be decided by the Divine Raven.
How is that going to work, by the way?
Yeah, because
That's something I've been confused about.
He's still able to communicate, despite being in the sphere.
Is there a way we can possibly lessen that sentence? We can't. I don't think we can afford to fully lose another daimyo.
Unfortunately, that is something we cannot appeal. That's the risk in which Kre'Iro has taken by invoking this. While with an Emperor, you might be able to ease the sentence. Whatever the Divine Raven says in these trials is absolute. We cannot appeal it.
Would Kre'iro's brother take over then?
More than likely.
Kre'Iro was at the Founders Festival. Unfortunately, I did not see how much of a help or a hindrance he was to the other daimyos when the first Emperor did attack them.
Right,
But
you were
he was-
transported, weren't you?
Yes. I was unfortunately sent to another plane, I'm assuming, to fight one of the faithful directly, whereas the daimyos were against the first Emperor, but when Hulseg was down and everyone was making sure he was still alive, Kre'Iro was the first one to leave without a look back.
Could we ask the other daimyos to see what he did during the attack?
That we can. It just would be very difficult to ask Kara talk, though.
Yeah.
We are not allowed to question their defense in that way.
That is fair. And what about...
Is he gonna get the same information as you?
Indeed, he will, but I don't exactly trust him.
Karatok?
I have my reasons.
What about one of the other daimyos?
All but Kenoto were there.
Ulseg isn't fit for being on trial right now.
Neither is, and Zagul is impossible.
Yep. I'm
Karatok's
assuming
out of the
asking
question.
The Emperor himself?
Is that allowed?
Or
Is
is
not.
that figured?
In fact,
What about one of the Baizé members that was there? Could they be asked? I assume they were there, protecting the Emperor.
I wonder about that, though. The defense would probably claim that would be a conflict of interest having anything to do with the Emperor.
Okay, so...
The
were
thing
there
is
any
that
daimyos members left?
the problem
Jaw,
is,
the knock.
That's it.
were the Knock and Jaw there?
I believe. DM, correct me if I'm wrong, because this happened a long time ago.
Like at least 6
All-
months ago?
All daimyos were there, but Kenoto, correct?
From what you know,
I can check the memory on my pin.
from what,
But
yeah.
yeah,
So
the-
for what you would remember is that the Zhao were not there because they were still dealing with the internal conflict caused with the sun.
Oh, right. Okay, so that would leave the knock. Because we can't ask Karatok, we can't ask Kre'Iro,
Mm-hmm.
can't ask the Emperor, can't ask Ulseg. So that
So it leaves the Knock.
the knock.
Who doesn't like us?
The sun likes us.
The sun likes us. The sun wasn't there.
I don't like the. Actually, was it the sun or was it the actual daimyo that was there?
The actual daimyo was there.
Okay. Okay.
Well, he has to be honest anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. I just have memory of the aftermath because I wasn't there for the whole fight. But the first emperor did use the relics that he had collected during that fight.
If anything, Kre'Iro was very tactical on his choice of defense.
Did he choose Karatok?
He has the ability. He has the right to do so.
Oof.
With that, that means we cannot question him, who was also could have been a witness.
What if
Descartes-
they claim lack of information?
Can they?
Same
And
regard.
Can they
She-
get out of this?
Ima's gonna look directly at Carvis. If I'm not mistaken, the other clans don't know about the first emperor, about what he really is.
I gotta roll for this one.
See if Karavis knows. Come on, Karavis.
Guidance?
She pauses.
A guider?
She looks directly at Umeko. This would be a big gamble to take. In fact, how would you know about this?
Your father made a decision. And my decision on it is that I think that the others should know.
About the first emperor.
Because if everyone knows, maybe then we wouldn't be in conflicts like this.
Is this going to be a closed trial?
It is only going to be among the leadership that will be in the audience. No one else. The public is not allowed at these kind of things.
And the Great Raven also knows about this.
He was one of the casualties.
He showed me his memories of it, of that initial interaction.
I see. We'll definitely want to play on to this. So I guess we have our attack plan as to how we're going to go about this case.
Oh.
We still
Do you
have
need
until
anything else from us?
we don't know, the trial's not going to start until tomorrow. So tomorrow morning. So, but if you do find anything or possibly have anything else in mind that might be of use to us, let me know before the day ends. And she would stand up and then bow to each of you. If I don't see you anytime else today, I'll see you tomorrow then.
Farewell.
And she leaves the vicinity.
So we have a day.
To come up with any other evidence.
What can we come up with during a day that we already don't have?
Nothing. Nothing I can think of. I can't think of... I mean, I don't even think we'd be allowed to bring the Great Raven in as a possible witness. Can you not bite me right now?
I mean, he's the judge.
Yeah, you can't ask a judge to give a statement against or for a defendant.
So
There's
that's
supposed to be a
another
neutral
witness
party.
gone. That's a witness from the beginning that is gone then.
Would Kre'iro's actions at the Founders Festival, would that play into any part of this trial?
Kre'Iro wasn't.
The only
We
thing
can't.
I know of Kre'Iro at the Founders Festival is that while everyone else was checking on Hulseg and each other, he just quietly left. He almost
about
like
his brother?
snuck out the back.
Was his brother there?
Don't think
Can
so.
we bring his brother in as a witness in general? He was probably present for most of this.
I mean, he's on the pin for the audio.
True. My one concern is if Kre'Iro is already calling upon his brother to be like a vouch of character.
Well, in that case,
So then you'd be asking him to go against his own
Will
statement
we
of
not be
character.
allowed to cross-examine him?
I imagine that's allowed.
Yeah.
From what
And unless they try to pull a hidden riddle situation, they have to be honest.
Yeah. Unless there's a zone of truth or any other magical influence in the court,
from what I
last time.
From what I can tell, it seems that this is Ashra speaking. From what it sounds like, it's very similar in that prosecution's going to bring their witnesses, defendant's going to bring their witnesses, and I would imagine we would still be able to cross-examine.
This is a big mess. Have I ever told you that court dealings are my least favorite thing about politics?
Sometimes it's easier just to put a dagger in someone's neck.
Usually it is. But no, we're not allowed to stab people, Daphne. And she says it mimicking Redalia's voice.
No, stabbing people is fun.
Oh. He just looks over to Daphne. You and Thal are quite like-minded in that regard. He just stated it as an observation.
Daphne just shrugs. Sometimes it would be easier, especially with some of Leviathan's enemies, but sadly, political tides.
That's something you're gonna have to enjoy, Lydia. Nothing.
Okay.
Well, we have a day. What do we want to do?
Umeko, you've been quiet. Is everything alright, my dear?
I'm just trying to think if there's any more that we could figure out. Like I said, I don't think we can't afford to lose any more clans right now.
Do
And
you
as
think-
much as we don't like him,
do you think
his-
what you did was justified?
But do you
not
really
that
wa-
it's
if
justified.
if he truly is a traitor, would you want to be standing on the same side as him on a battlefield and risk him stabbing you in the back? That's the only thing. Because he might be putting it on for show, like at the Founders Festival. This was all a secret as far as they were aware, so they could have been putting on a show, putting on a face. But now that it's all out in the open, we don't know what they're capable of and doing if we're standing side by side.
Umeko kind of like looks at the group and then like just kind of like, you realize who we keep in this group, right? We have, not to like say anything bad, we have someone that was a traitor and then traded back to us.
Yes.
I've done multiple jobs technically under them unknowingly. There's youth who does who knows what half the time.
I like to call them war crimes and tax evasion.
Like,
That
we've literally stabbed each other in the back.
and metaphorically,
But yeah, you literally we've stabbed each other.
but metaphorically too.
That too.
That's us, though, not the rest of the country. Half of us are leaving this place once this is done.
Yep.
Then why can't I make that decision for the country I live in?
That is true. I didn't say you couldn't. I'm just saying be cautious of that happening.
How long was it before I even started talking to you guys as friends?
I want to say 3 months.
As soon as you stop drinking? I want to
So out of all of us, who seems to be the most cautious here?
I'm going to say it's Umeko. I'm going out on a limb here.
Umeko also had secrets hiding, like broken ghost stuff.
Oh, secrets. Yes, you wouldn't know anything about secrets, would you, princess?
Told you all within the first day after like a glass of wine with you, Daphne.
I know.
So I did not keep any secrets. Thank you.
And
I'm fairly easy to read.
I can vouch for that.
He's getting stronger.
He is.
Whatever help we can get is gonna be needed. He has what, 2 relics left?
Yes.
The
And
one
we're
in the
spending
tree.
and we're spending time potentially killing each other.
Need to remind you
We're
they
doing
also
their job
need.
for us.
Need to remind you they also need Medi.
Right.
Should we ask the Emperor and the Divine Raven to just forego the trial? Let this
It's too
happen?
late.
Can't do that.
It's
too
already in
late.
motion.
But if we can lessen the blow his sentence, that might be better.
Are you suggesting we throw the case? Don't make
Not
as
throw
strong
the
of an attack?
Not they're the case, but I'm saying, what if his sentence is fighting that he has to fight with us? And then after, they can do whatever they want. Assuming he even survives that battle.
Carvis said we can't do that, though, because it's the Divine Raven's choice. So are you going to try talking to the Divine Raven and swaying them first?
I mean, what else is the trial? What else do you do in the trial? That's what the trial's for.
How's this trial even gonna work? Us just talking to a ball?
No, I
You can
imagine.
talk to your mind. You don't, like, he talks to you.
Divine Raven, I'm sure it's going to make sense when we get it.
I
Or
His
imagine-
not,
name.
but
You're from youth. His name is literally divine.
exactly. regardless.
I know we might have acted rashly with this, but we did find the proof. And finding a motive is much harder to do, especially with how well they cover their tracks. The only reason we found most of this is because of Itham.
And this was one of our jobs, was to find the traitor clan. That's what we were originally sent to do by the Emperor. And take out the faithful.
I know. It's, we don't have a lot of resources left. That's all I'm
don't.
saying.
I know.
Well, the Emperor also did say that once this is all taken care of, we will discuss the other object on hand.
Yes,
Yeah.
the ring.
And hopefully that object will supersede.
Now my question is, after the trial, what do we want to do?
Well, we promised, or we didn't promise, but I'm sure Daphne is going to want to go to Anan and Anira and the author. That's also a personal tie for me and Itham, depending on who it is, which my theory has now gone out the window as of last night. We also know that the sapling of prosperity still hasn't been collected.
I mean,
We also
Kenato's
don't-
here, so.
We also don't know where Black Wolf's killer is.
Soldier.
Yep.
Well, we have scrying, and we know the soldier. I'm sorry, I have fireworks going off.
No, you're good.
You know what?
At the very least, for the Kree, we know that if the worst comes to worst and he is executed, they still have his brother, who is the leader of their military. And from what we saw in the audio, he rules it with an iron fist. So at least he's well seasoned. It doesn't make up for the fact that they might lose their daimyo. But at the very least, they still have a strong military force.
And it's not like the Za, where they lost their daimyo and the whole cabinet.
Alternatively, what Karatok could possibly do is throw the brother on under the bus.
I don't think Kre'Iro would let that happen. He seemed very protective of his brother.
It's also not his brother's trial. It's a trial against Kre'Iro and his crimes against the country, not
What if
Kre'Iro.
Kre'Iro wasn't the one that gave the relic?
Well, that will come out in the interview.
What if it was the brother?
All we know is that the Kree relic was handed over. We don't know whose responsibility it was, but we know the Kree relic was handed over, and...
But Kre'Iro is the elder brother.
Mhm.
What do elder brothers do but protect the younger one?
Talus, when you confronted Kre'Iro about the gem, was his brother present?
Yeah, he was, and he was actually kind of trying to. It's so stupid to say this, but it's almost like he was trying to smooth the feathers that were ruffled from that.
The brother was, or the daimyo?
The brother was.
Do you remember how shocked the brother was when he found out the daimyo was getting arrested?
I mean, wouldn't you be shocked if your brother was being arrested for crimes, being a traitor against your country?
We never got a really good look at the brother's face when Kre'Iro was arrested, did we?
Well, no, we were kind of
They're in the
focused
same
on
room.
the fact that what was happening with the daimyo and the emperor. Alternatively, that means there's always a chance for the brother to come clean so they don't lose their daimyo.
True.
Well, we can sit here and talk about what ifs all day.
And we are kind of working with the prosecution, not the
Exactly.
defendants.
No. But Umeko does bring up a good point about us losing more power if the daimyo is killed. We're already down 2.
And possibly soon a third.
I hate to be that one guy, but where is Diar and Itham?
Still in the
Did they never
house.
meet up with us?
Well,
In fact, at this point, Diar, you would have received the notification from the servants that in about 10 minutes it's going to be gone.
Diar's gonna wait to see if Itham's gonna come out, and if not, he's prepping to roll out.
So, you hear Itham mutter, "Yes, okay, thank you. Better go meet up with them." As he's walking down the stairs, putting on this cloak, and exiting the mansion.
Follow suit.
Forget how bright it is here. Where are we supposed to meet them?
I don't think they told us.
Okay. And he just...
Do you want to go this way? He just points left. I don't know where we're actually going, so I'm
yes,
just
let's go
pointing
that way.
left.
Let's go that way. And then he starts walking to the left. Which ironically enough happens to be where you see a few footsteps. And as he's walking, he just looks down at the tracks. He just says, "Judging from that, I would say this is where Gale went."
Diar puts his hand to his ear.
I could tell because there's also a tail dragging.
It could be a body.
Oh yeah, that's right. We did see. Didn't we see? What's her name? Youth and Talus. The
children. Yes.
Yes. Yeah. We saw the children dragging away one another.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, before I forget, I have to do something childish myself. He rips up another one of his spell scrolls, leaving him with 3.
Okay.
And that is counting the one that he gave to her as well, or to Lydia as well.
Okay.
And this is to the author again.
Okay.
What? Oh no.
Morning, sweet cheeks. How are you doing today? And that just ends it there.
Ethan just looks confused at you as you just sees you tear a piece of paper and you just start saying this right next to him. He's just like, "I don't think that's how you're supposed to address a prince. And well, I may be flattered, but I do not swing that way." As he just starts walking it even at a faster pace towards the group.
Oh, come on.
She will never text you back, bro. Give it up.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So the rest of you would see Diar and Itham make their way towards you.
Great. We have a day, technically. Apparently. Trial's not till tomorrow now.
Didn't they say it would take about a day or 2?
Yes, but they also said they would try to do it as fast as possible. And they said we can't leave, because if we're not here, it doesn't happen.
When they mean leave, we can't leave this big palace area or the city.
We just have to be absolutely ready when they come becking and call it. So we have to remain within, I would assume, earshot.
Or at the very least, close enough that the nearest Baizé member can find us. Which, knowing the Emperor, that could literally be anywhere within the city? I mean, Umeko literally met one the first day we all met each other.
Palace was also like on fire or something.
Well, yes, but they were in the tavern, and that was when Black Wolf thought that Umeko was getting kidnapped.
That is valid too.
Wait, something about Umeko being kidnapped?
Well, Black Wolf thought Umeko was getting
Yep.
kidnapped by a Baizé member.
Because
Who we
Umeko is
didn't-
the height
tiny.
of a child.
And at the time, we didn't know they were a Baizé member. We didn't
But
know what the
she's a
Baizé
halfling.
were.
She's not a child. You can obviously
We-
tell it.
We know that.
Finally,
you-
someone gets it.
Black Wolf did not know that.
He thought
Oh.
all small things were children.
All we saw was basically a eagle-type Aarakocra carrying a small humanoid towards the burning palace after some fireworks went off.
Mm-hmm.
It was chaos, and Black Wolf thought that might be a child being put into a dangerous situation. That's how we all technically met.
We should really do something for our anniversary. Ideally, not with fire.
Well, I mean, like, if we're here long enough and we resolve this current issue, maybe the festival will happen again, and it'll be a normal one this year.
That would be nice. We didn't actually get a chance to actually enjoy the festival. As fireworks goes off in Lydia's background.
I live on a cliffside, and at the bottom of the cliff is the baseball field, and so the fireworks are going off at, like, my house level.
Nice.
So it's just like,
Oh.
this is great.
I was gonna say, okay, Katy Perry, calm down. So,
Regardless, we have a day. What are we doing? What do we want to do?
so this is what I was gonna say. Now that we're at this point, we're gonna go ahead and round robin it for this day. So what we'll do is we'll have each person roll a die. Since we have 6 people here, just roll a d6, and we're gonna go in that order. You get to decide what you want to do with this time.
5.
1!
4. Oh my god, damn it!
Roar. Roll off.
Roll it!
Alright. And I don't see Gale's.
Gale was first.
Oh,
For 5.
okay. So just Umeko, Lydia, roll yours again, please.
And Diar got 6.
Yep.
5. We both got 5s!
One more time.
Rollies.
3.
Okay. So it's going to go Diar, Gale, then
Daphne and
then no, it goes Gale. So Diar, Gale, Lydia, Umeko, then Daphne.
Yes.
All right. So Diar, what are you going to be doing during this time?
Try to have that conversation with Itham.
Okay. Roll me a perception check.
He's hiding.
You try looking around for him. You don't see him around, but you do see what appears to be that of a bird. And it speaks to you all and says, in Itham's voice, I'm gonna explore this place, and I'll see you back at the mansion tonight. And it flies off.
Well, I was gonna show him around, but okay, fuck you too. Go on your own.
You use Asher just glances over. You do realize that you are related, so this shouldn't be out of the norm.
I haven't dealt with him in over 100 years.
And yet you walked across an entire continent.
for you, not for him.
I know,
technically.
but still.
I figured in 100 years one of us would have matured, but apparently not.
Clearly
I
you
mean, in
haven't.
fairness, he wasn't himself for the last 100 years, so
You don't know if he's been alive for 100 years. That's the thing.
So Diar, since he's gone, from what you can tell, what are you going to do as you see he suddenly pulled a disappearing Houdini on you?
Deer is actually going to, you know what? He's gonna go shopping.
Okay, so we're going shopping. What are you looking for in particular?
Anything that could possibly bring him from wherever he is at, like not at the moment, but like in the future, wherever he's at, back to a teleportation circle, like a normal one, and then possibly some kind of explosive.
Okay, go and give me an investigation check.
Doesn't Umeko still have a bomb?
Umeko does still have a bomb.
Yep.
22.
So you look around and you do find one place that you have heard Lydia mention before. A particular shop known as the Blue Lantern.
Leathers.
And you do notice that there seems to be the strange sort of lion-like statues flanking the doors as you approach.
Okay. Deer is going to walk in.
Mm-hmm. And as you walk in, you see that there appears to be that of an owl variant, or as they say, an owlin nowadays, because rule updates. You see this owlin just seeming to be reading a book before looking up. You see the glasses which are resting on his beak as he looks at you. Oh yes. How can welcome to the Blue Lantern. How can I help you today? As he tucks the book into his coat pocket.
Is this in common or avian?
Speaks in common.
Yes. I'm looking for a couple of things. One is something that could possibly get me from a sticky situation back to a specific area. Like maybe like something that can bring me to an area I've either been before, like where a teleportation circle that I've been before is at.
I see. See what I can find for you. As he begins, you notice he begins rummaging around and looking through various, like what appears to be that of a catalog, as he's just looking through each and everything that he carries. And may not be the exact one you're looking for, but I do have this. As you look in the back, you see that there are various glass cases, but you also see like there's like a wall that's completely covered with a bookshelf. Like the wall itself is the shelf. And
okay.
He reaches over and pulls out what appears to be that of a scroll. And looks over to you. This would be a spell scroll that holds a particular spell known as Word of Recall. It's somewhat similar to what you may be looking for. It would allow you, at the very least, to return to a specific location. But it would only be that particular location.
Which location?
Hold on a sec. Hold on a second. Well, in this case, it would be to the Temple of the Kara here in Ivtalin, because it's considered a place of sanctuary.
Okay. How much would that be?
For this, this is a very this is a very powerful spell. So this would be about 500 gold. Keep in mind, because I also had to.
I'm a little strapped for cash. Can we try 450?
Give me a persuasion check.
Certainly. Persuasion. That's gonna be an 18.
Very well. I can do it for 450. As he settles back down and he conducts the trade with you for the 450, and you go ahead and add the spell scroll of Word of Recall. Now, do keep in mind that this is only a one-time use, and furthermore, that with this, it can only teleport you and 5 others willingly.
I do actually have a question. Do you have any more of these for possible future purchase?
I have 2 more, but that is it. Because the thing is with these, I not only have to have it be procured in such a manner, but also I have to get the permissions, the legal bindings, and all that ugly paperwork from the Kara.
Alrighty. 2 more things. I apologize. How much for a scroll of or something that like causes an explosion, basically like a fireball?
Well, for something like that, I guess you can say I'm not allowed to sell it here in this city.
Oh, okay. Then I'm
Risk
okay
of
with
arson
that,
and
then.
all that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. The last thing is how much would these be worth? As he brings out the hook horror hooks, the 4 of them, the 2 of the giant bone chips from the spine, I believe it was called.
Okay. He just looks at it and is like, oh my. How did you all fit in that bag? As he just mutters as he looks over at your satchel. Unfortunately, I cannot purchase them for these sorts of things, I can only trade and conduct business in Arcane. If you're looking for something of that nature, you're gonna have to look for a different shop, unfortunately.
What about then this? As he pulls out the mysterious stone that he got while looking through the construct.
Okay.
Since, Karna's...
He looks at it curiously before, if I may, takes a hold of it, and you just see his eye glow for a moment as he's looking it over. Interesting. For this, I would offer 300.
I'm pretty certain I heard the last person I talked to, Gelic, I believe his name was. It was worth 1,000 gold.
Give me a persuasion check.
Are you sure you don't want me to roll deception because that was a bold-faced
Oh,
lie?
well, right. Go ahead. Go ahead and give me deception then.
Good, advantage because of my rune.
Okay, and I get to roll this.
Oh no.
I'm fairly certain. He looks at you. His eyes still glowing. Says, "I'm fairly certain it's not worth that much." But I'm willing to accept a counter offer, but it definitely cannot be 1,000.
What about one more of those scrolls of recall? A fair trade?
Give me a persuasion check again. I could do that, but I'll ask for an additional 100 gold.
You drive a hard bargain. Certainly.
All right, so you remove that gem as well as the 100 gold.
All the gold.
Yeah, so all the gold.
Yep.
All the gold's gone, and you get yourself another word of recall.
Go. DM, this is a question, meta knowledge question. Is it a action, bonus action, or what to
It's
use
an action.
the scroll?
It's an action to use a spell
Thank you.
scroll. Yeah.
Just making sure. All right, that's good for me.
Alrighty. And the next one is Gale. What are you doing for your time?
Going to attempt to scry on the soldier.
Okay, time to pull up that sheet. I'm gonna pull up that sheet. And you're casting scrying, so and what's the spell DC? Okay, 17.
Is there any negative modifiers for Gale on that?
That's what I need to figure out.
Scrying?
What are the negative modifiers you have as options?
I think it's like how well you know a target, if you have a picture of them or one of their belongings.
Okay.
That's it's under the scrying's page on D&D Beyond.
Okay.
I don't know him too well, but he was one who captured. He was one who, after I was being sassy, punched the fuck out of me.
I have the drawing. Yeah, it's knowledge of the target and your connection. So, how well you know them, and then if you have like a picture, a possession, or like a body part, lock of hair, or like a fingernail.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotta check this real quick.
Because if you at least know the target,
How much did you learn about who this soldier is?
oh,
Oops, I did not mean to click that. My bad.
0.
No, I was just curious. How much is it that you were told about the soldier, Gale?
Did Lydia tell him?
No, I did not. That's in yours private business.
Oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay.
The only thing I was told, he was the one who killed Black Wolf. Little information from what he got in the Hornet's Nest.
Okay.
So unfortunately,
So as you are looking in with the globe, with the orb, take some time before it struggles for a moment before you finally. Just gonna say the amount of what you knew definitely influenced it, barely. So as you look at the scrying, you see the soldier, and you see that he seems to be. Usually enough, he just seems to be walking, but he. I see he's No, he's walking. He seems to look over to his side as you hear him say, "I'm assuming the preparations are nearly complete." Soon enough it will be, but we will need to. We will need to definitely do some updates before we move forward. As you hear the voice of the Spectre. It's quite unfortunate we had to lose the duelist. But he served his purpose. Yes, well, he definitely did serve his purpose, though. At least he was one of the more competent members. And at this moment, the soldier stops and seems to look down in the direction where you hear the voice. Is he really wanting to save them for last? Wouldn't it be better to just deal with him now? I don't question his plans. I just follow through with them like a true soldier would. He stops and turns, his full body seeming to be facing towards what you can tell is probably where the Spectre is. And he says, "Just because you have a particular connection to the first emperor, that's a true emperor, do not forget." I have dealt with things much more threatening than you have ever faced. Yes, I know. You fought in a war, you fought demons and devils, so that matters little to me. Just remember where you are. Soldier just looks quietly before he looks back to the seems to be looking back in a particular direction as he thinks, as he says out loud, "Seems those idiots are not the only ones we have to deal with." Oh yes, we are gonna have to deal with those mercenaries, so But who knows, maybe we'll let them do the hard work for us. Perhaps. Perhaps we'll finally... Perhaps we'll finally find that one thing that caused so much suffering for the true Emperor. And the cloud fade. It's all clouded once more.
Gale's gonna go to the group and was going to ask for the group to meet him in a spot. I don't know.
Okay. All right. And with that, we'll move on to the next person, if that's all you would like to do.
I did want to scry on one more person.
Okay. Who are you scrying on?
Toby.
Okay. Try to scry on Toby. Though, as you're trying, it seems to be rather difficult to do so. Almost as if it's clouded. Though, from what you have been told by Delan, seems that he is alive and well, but for some reason you can't scry on him.
Gale's is going to turn to Delan, because I'm assuming he's the next one that Gale will see. I think you and I need to take a visit to the Jah.
Aye, we do, but
After all this is over, like, their trial,
indeed.
and because I still can't scry on Toby.
Toby was always a bit more of a sneaky bastard. But still.
It's weird that because of how much I knew of him, you would think my scrying would have worked.
Aye.
My scrying on the soldier worked.
Well, we'll see what happens after all this.
Yeah.
So, with this, we'll go ahead and move on over to the next person, which is Lydia. What will you do?
I'm assuming if I went for a walk, Ashraf would come with me.
I'm pretty.
Yes, or-
Do you want him to join you on the walk?
I will ask him if he would like to join.
Then he would.
Okay. Just probably go for like a chill walk and just be like, what did you hear this morning? When apparently you decided to be sneaky?
I've heard enough.
And what is enough?
Enough for you to think about leaving.
Just for a day.
Without telling me.
And I was going to tell you.
In a
it
note.
was just no, in person. It was just something I discussed with Itham in the library late last night. And I needed to get in touch with Elraheen first. And I also left it up to Itham if we do go or not. Technically, I don't even know if we're even leaving.
Is there, Look, I understand we were going to have to go back eventually, but what brings us all of a sudden of bringing it to this time?
You know, I'm not really that sure, other than I just want to. It's someplace I literally can only barely remember. And just want to know what I'm walking into. Because apparently it's a bit of a mess.
I can understand that. I mean, I'm not exactly too fond about traveling around all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Even though that's my lot in life.
But you
Someday-
could settle down. You could.
And for that to happen, I have to find someplace that's a little bit more accepting, and also, unless of course I try to go back to Navaria, but that's probably a bad idea.
And why is that? When do I ever get to go there?
Navaria is, well, it's in the Underdark.
Figured as much.
And, well, for some reason or another, they are very, not only just secretive, but also want to, I guess part of it's like some underlying goal or something, but pretty much each of our families or groups, as we call them, whichever you want to call it, we're pretty much doing these jobs on behalf of Navaria.
For what purpose?
I think it's their way of just trying to garner some political power, I imagine, or at least have some influence on other countries. I mean, when someone is looking for a job, like a hit job or something like that, who are they going to go to?
Valid.
So, it's kind of considered an honor to be allowed to reside in Navaria.
Would you want to live there? Would you want to even live there?
Honestly, the longest time I thought about it as a child, just because it would mean I would just finally have a permanent roof over my head.
Mm.
That's the only thing that's appealing about it to me nowadays.
I was about to ask, is your father there?
Interestingly enough, he is not, though
Okay.
only when we are having the council meetings we are allowed to enter Navaria.
Well, would you like to live in Azuria?
Well, if it means I have a permanent roof over my head, I wouldn't mind that.
Sure, I can arrange something.
I mean, I would hope so, because it would be kind of difficult to explain that why a spouse of royalty is seemingly stuck living in a tree outside while it's raining.
I have a pretty miraculous treehouse, if it's still there. It's pretty nice. I would hide in there occasionally. No, I'm pretty sure You will be welcomed into the palace. Because I say so. I'll say so.
Well, if it means we have one more war to go into just so we have roofs over our heads, then I ain't complaining.
So if Itham does decide that we're going to tree hop over there, would you be able to join? Would you like to join, or are you contractually obligated to remain here?
Truth be told, I'm kind of in the same position as you are. But it's something I would leave up to you. Just because I don't know. Because, well, that by all technicality is your world.
It was my world.
True.
My goal is to honestly be there and back as fast as I can. I know it's basically a war zone over there. I don't know to what extent, though. So the main goal was to pop over there, meet with Eladrin, make sure I can trust him, and see what's happening. I do need a rest for like 4 hours and then be back. You did technically let me go to the Nine Hells for like 2 days.
Which was 5 minutes for us.
True. This would be same plane of existence and same time frame.
You know, some people would say that I'm crazy. Especially since I allowed my fiancé to go into the Nine Hells.
But it was to save your cleric? Justified? Please, you know I would have gone even without your permission.
And yet whenever I go somewhere without your permission, I end up having to find out you walked across the entire continent.
That was like 6 months.
My point still stands.
Okay, and it is a valid point, but I'm pretty sure if I went 6 months in the Nine Hells, you would come find me. I would hope so. Just don't This is why I wasn't just gonna disappear in the middle of the night. I was gonna have this conversation with you. Regardless, I think Itham might feel better if you join.
If I join?
Yeah. It's at least... He's still worried I'm gonna get hurt. I think he still sees me as, like, little sister. And not adult sister.
So honestly, I have a feeling when you are finally a parent, you're gonna feel something similar.
Please look at me in Terrace.
Exactly.
You will never be an adult.
Sort of.
Alright.
Well, if you would like for me to go, then I will. But if you feel it is best I do not, then I'll trust you with that.
I think Diar might be coming as well. Regardless of the fact, you are welcome to join, but if I don't even know if I want to.
Hey, he just puts a finger to your lips. He says, "Just answer with a yes or a no. Do you want me to join you?"
Yes.
Then I'll join you.
Thank you. there anything you want to do in this city?
Been a while since I've been to a hot spring.
There is one in this city, correct?
There is.
I do know of one.
And let's go. And head off to finally get some relaxation after all the crap that's been going on.
I would like to burn one scrying, though.
Okay.
At some point.
Sure.
Wisterian Palace. Because you can scry on a location.
Okay.
Wisterian Palace, please.
Sure thing.
I'm sorry, I'm getting some very, like, thunderstorm and firework right now, right outside my window, so I'm like, it's the end of the world. Okay.
So, as you are...
on a location, there's no...
Yeah, correct. There is
DC.
no DC.
Okay, I'll just mark it off then.
As you are looking... As you focus on the scrying, you see... It almost appears to be that strong sense of deja vu. I think a bird just hit my window. Anyways, that was random. But as you're looking around, first thing you notice is that the very much a lack of lighting. In fact, due to the time difference, you notice that it is relatively dark. But as you're scanning the proximity, you see that what appears to be light, that the remnants of light that seem to be coming in, it seems to be natural, like from the moon or something. As it just goes right into what appears to be the main hallway of the throne room. You see that there are banners, flags that seem to be tattered and filled with dust and dirt from age and just the natural elements, seeming to be that of various designs. If you would like, you can go ahead and make a history check.
Boy. And I'm scrying, so I don't think I can guidance.
Correct, you cannot.
11. I'll burn my D4 I got from Connor.
Okay. 15.
15.
It takes a moment, as it's really hard to see, not only because of the scrying, but also the fact that the elements have definitely put a pretty good beating from the years that have gone on. But you can tell they're seeming to be that of various provinces that, or, well, fiefdoms, you could say even, of which seem to be representing of the various families of different parts of the kingdom. The first thing you note, the first flag you would notice is that of your family's colors, as you had seen before in your visions. Give me a second, I'm pulling up notes here.
Don't like the spooky music for some place that's supposed to be my home.
Let's see. Keep in mind, it's been years. Hundreds of years.
No, I'm just like, oh my god.
Let's see. Okay. All right. And you do recognize at least 3 of them. 3 of the other flags that are seeming to be that of different provinces. Or fiefdoms, I should say. One of which you see is a flag that has seeming to be it seems to be that of the 4 quadrant style. You see that you see what appears to be of green and white squares each. On the green you see what appears to be that of a pink rose. On the green against the green background. The white, though, you see seeming to be that of what appears to be that of a blue diamond shape, kind of like the diamonds you would see on playing cards. You would recognize that as being the flag for the fiefdom of Rosania. The one that which you know that apparently Elohim is from. The other, you see, it seems to be that of rather simplistic compared to the others. And that you just see on this background what is seeming to be a repeating pattern of black and yellow of diamonds, like the black shapes, like they're layered on top of each other. If for those who are little history or world nerds, think of like the flag of Bavaria. That one you would recognize as being the flag for the province of Delan. Dahlan. The last you would see is this one is heavily tattered to the point it's rather difficult to recognize, but from what you can see, it appears to be that of a blue flag with seeming to be that seems to be in half. On one half there is the blue background, with which you would see seeming to be that of an iris flower. While the other in this on the other half seeming to be that of a brown background with what appears to be that of an oak tree. It's a province of Dol Iris. DOL-Iris. IRIS. As you are taking this in, you then notice what appears to be that of. Give me a perception check real quick.
Flat because of night.
Correct.
23.
You look and you see that bodies littered this area, though they don't seem to be fresh at all. In fact, you see what appears to be armor. You could tell just like the armor is rusted. You see dents. You see pretty much where they took their life-threatening wounds, but you also see hints of there be just bone. Skeletons. But with that perception, you also notice in the corner, in the darkened part of the hall, you see what appears to be that of some sort of creature of the night just scurrying around. It pauses for a moment, looking around before it starts crawling on top of one of the bodies, as you see that it is that of a possum.
Possums, okay.
It's looking around. And as you're focused on it, the vision ends.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go chill in a hot spring. Just,
It's like, that's a lot to take in. Ah.
Cool. There's a possum residing in the throne room. No. Great.
All right. Now, Umeko's turn. What would you like to do?
Can I try this? Can I try to spend the day out of like the embassy with the kid?
Sure.
I will preference. I want to wrap his hands like mine so they look like they're like monk wraps.
Okay. So
To be safe.
go ahead and give me a sleight of hand check for this.
Sleight of hand. Oh.
You get a good as you wrap him up, and you get a pretty good concealment for Ichor.
Yeah, because he's at least walking. I remember that's what we said last time. But don't know if he's like left the embassy, so I just want to like
so
have a nice day out with him.
Yeah, you can.
But also if I like run in the car talk, that would be cool.
So you're looking. So you spend the day with him. You introduce him to some of the little treats and sweets that you know that he would absolutely love, and just exploring, as he's definitely, by this point, he is able to walk, but he definitely can't do long distances, as you not too long, like find yourself carrying him on your shoulders and everything.
Combined, we're the height of a normal person.
At least it's not like a Buddy the Elf situation.
Yeah, just take him on a nice little outing, since I guess we have a day.
And as you do your outing, you and whatnot, just having the time of your life, spoiling the kid, all that good stuff.
I do have the money to spoil him.
You do have the money to spoil him. How much would you like to spoil him?
Let's see how much I put aside for him.
Umeko would totally be the kind of godparent that sets a kid loose in a toy store and just say, go get it. And anything the kid touches, she would buy.
I mean, if I'm the godparent, sure, I don't have to deal with the repercussions of that. Sure. Well, according to my notes, I have almost 4,000 gold to spend on him.
Okay.
Set aside just for him.
Alrighty. So you go ahead and spend. So how much are you going to spend of that gold?
Let's say 1,000 at most.
Okay.
We'll stick with that, because that seems like a fun day.
Oh, that's a very fun day, especially considering how much gold is actually worth.
Yeah. Umeko's got all the big money.
You just, you're gonna hate me for this, but as you return after your day of spoiling the kid, you don't walk. You actually took the liberty to hire someone to you know those like you see in like
Yeah, the
like
rickshaws.
yeah, like like in Vietnam and China where they have people actually carrying the carriage just with the and just
Yeah.
rolling you up.
Sure.
Yeah, and as you're arriving, like you get people like glancing over at you and everything, but because it's just you two in there, all decked out in like these very nice clothes and whatnot, like matching clothes to be precise. You also see like there are various boxes of gifts, and you just see Ichor just holding on to what appears to be like the biggest, the sort of candy that he has ever seen in his life. He's just like staring at it like, oh.
Again, I don't have to deal with them tonight.
You don't have to deal with the sugar rush.
No, Kara does.
If anything, it's maybe Krana.
Eventually, he
Krana.
will crash and pass out.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, and then Krana. Krana's gonna have to deal with the sugar rush to cure.
But as you arrive at the temple and you get assistance in unloading the things, you do see Kara talk
Sorry.
as he's walking, as he's watching this. I guess you two had quite a fun day.
Haven't had many chances to, so took it to the fullest.
It certainly is worth to not only to take this time, but also it's definitely worth a chance for you two to connect.
He hasn't, since last time we talked, he hasn't caused any trouble, right?
Oh no, nothing that's out of the ordinary for children his age.
I'm, not to be frank, but I'm surprised to see you out right now. I thought you guys would be preparing.
I'm just happy to be on my break, honestly.
Oh, okay. Your union break.
Even I need to pause and take a step out for fresh air every once in a while.
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to ask this, but do you guys have a good case?
All I can say is that just like how she plans on presenting her case the best possible way, I plan on doing the same.
Your daughter does seem like a very bright young woman.
Oh, she certainly is. She takes a lot after her mother. But one thing that I just hope that whatever happens in this case, that just be assured that my perspective on you all hasn't changed.
Glad to know. I might be coming back to you afterwards to discuss some kind of urgently sensitive information.
Oh, that's perfectly understandable. I hope that this trial will not take that long.
That would be preferred.
I think everyone would prefer that, to be honest. After all, we may enjoy the presence of the Emperor, but even now and then we need to stretch our wings. Well, at least us. For you, it'll probably be legs, but.
Jesus. Alright. Well, as you know, your daughter did come and talk to us, but do you need to talk to us at all?
I don't think it'll be too necessary at this time, only because, one, I have a good idea as to who you are all as in character sense, but also I also understand that it's best to ask some of these questions during the trial.
From your, I guess, more professional point of view, is there anything we should expect or be wary about for this trial? I don't think any of us have experienced anything quite like this.
In a completely unbiased manner, the only thing I would say, be prepared. Whatever may come your way. And I know it sounds quite silly to say this, but anything that's unexpected isn't really unexpected. So expect the unexpected.
Okay. Okay. I guess I'll let you get back to your client then.
I've already spoken to Kre'Iro. Truth be told, it's a lot to take in. But that's all I can say on the matter.
Yeah, I could see that. Off the record, though, I don't think he's a bad guy. I think he just got caught in a not preferred situation.
I think that could be said about all of us. I think that, and I should correct myself and say I strongly believe that no one truly has the intention on taking down a dark path. Circumstances force that into various positions and find ourselves having to deal with it in the best way possible. Does it mean that it's always going to be good? For others, obviously not, but only the sickest of minds would take malicious joy in whatever action they take.
Well, I guess we'll see you at the trial then.
Certainly will. Some good rest. Also, I would recommend before entering the trial, make sure you not only eat light, but also just be prepared to try to subtly stretch every now and then, because these take a while. As he walks right up the stairs to back to the temple.
Eat less. What does that mean?
Give me an intelligence or medicine check, your choice.
Intelligence or medicine? Ooh, wait. What's my medicine? Oh, okay. Medicine's not too bad. Just kidding, it's bad.
You're just like, why would I want to eat light?
Yeah.
But that's what you're thinking in your mind as you're walking away.
Yeah, like, what does that mean?
So, with that, we'll go ahead and move on to, last but most certainly not least, Daphne. What is Daphne Nightshade doing during her day?
That is an excellent question, because everyone has abandoned her. I imagine she literally turned around when she was like deep in thought and saw everyone was gone.
Scatter!
Scatter, bye!
Scatter like roaches when the light turns on.
So she just sighs and gives Whiskey a few little scritches. And decides she also just wants to go do some exploring of the city.
Mm-hmm.
For a bit. And what time of day is it?
It's around a morning at the time after you finish your conversation with her.
So it'd probably be early evening back home, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So she's gonna do ascending to Redalia.
Okay.
Two questions. How did you find out about Delan? And more personally, did you become friends with me because of my parents?
You're not the only one who knows scrying.
Oh.
And honestly, I didn't. They approached me after they learned about your job.
Okay. Alright, that is a load off of my mind then. And then she's just gonna do some exploring of the city. Oh.
As you're exploring the city, she also does ascending to you.
Mm?
But enough about me.
Oh no.
I did warn you.
Oh no.
Have you made any progress? If not, he's free game. And that's where the sending ends.
One moment, please. Okay!
That's where the natural 20 comes in.
She manages to barely hold herself back from going full Daphne mode. And quick question for the DM.
Yes.
For my memory, do they know about the sword?
They don't, as far as I recall, she does not know about it being an engagement thing.
Right. Okay. How am I going to word this? The ball is in his court right now. And she starts to hesitate further, almost like that's the end of her sending, before she says, I don't know how relationships work.
With that, as soon as those words leave you, you suddenly hear a quick sending back.
Oh, fuck's sake.
And she says, okay, you know what I'm going to do for you, Daphne? I am going to send you a package and make sure that it is the right address. Because obviously you two are going to need an aphrodisiac or something.
That was clearly over 25 words. Where did that cut off?
Oh, she went just full blown, like one after the other, just boom boom, like.
Nope, Daphne's hair all of a sudden in the middle of the street, poof. Face bright red. Why? Why am I friends with you? Please don't. No, thank you. Shouldn't you be plotting your revenge on Delan? And that's her reply to one of the sendings that was happening in quick successions. That's what happens when she's open and honest about her feelings. Her friend's solution, aphrodisiacs.
While this is happening, you hear the sweeping motion as you realize that as you're walking, you suddenly had poofed into Daphne's right next to like an entrance of a shop, as they're just like not even paying you any mind. They're just sweeping it away.
Are they actually paying me no mind, or are they just trying to save my feelings?
Insight check.
24.
They're just saying, it's pretty much the whole thing of, okay, I'm just not making eye contact with them out of respect. Don't want to make it awkward for them.
That's pretty much all she does. She's just...
I apologize to the player.
It's fine. No, that's what Daphne's doing. Just... There's a reason I'm friends with her. There's a reason I'm friends with her. There's a reason I'm friends with her. And Whiskey's just like nuzzling against her face, trying to make her feel better. She does not, however, revert back to her previous form.
True. Is there anything else?
Let me think. Message Redalia, question their friendship. Did not suffer emotional drama for that. However, am suffering secondhand embarrassment for Daphne. Nope, that's it.
Okay.
I debated, like, telling her to go bug Delmara, but the poor girl does not need that right now.
All right, so...
But she does. Oh, she would go back to, later in the evening, she would go back to the same spot and, like, activate the Clover House again.
Okay. So, if everyone is still okay, I know we're slightly past the 3-hour mark. We could continue if you desire, but we'll just take a break
I'm
right
good.
now.
We're good.
Okay. All right. So we'll go ahead and take our break for now, and then we'll go ahead and continue on. So don't go away, everyone. We'll be right back with more Ichor in Honor.
Oh yeah!
Yay!
Gonna go make some
Hey!
coffee. Let's go.
Welcome back.
That would be very bad.
Oh
Oh no.
Thank you so much for your patience, everyone. We're going to continue on where we left off.
Yay.
So, as you all return back to the Clover House, you all finally take some time to... You definitely feel a bit more... Some of you feel a bit more relaxed than others. Some of you feel a bit of uncertainty, but nevertheless, you all have returned back safely.
Daphne's hair is full of Daphne's.
So, guys,
Hmm.
I scryed on the soldier.
And how did that go?
He was talking to the Spectre.
Okay.
Said preparations are nearly complete. Said something about possibly the First Emperor saving someone for last. Spectre has some sort of connection with the First Emperor. There's some mercenaries also, and they said maybe we'll deal with the mercenaries.
Are we
That
the
all
mercenaries?
seems very vague.
Are we the mercenaries in that
Are
case, or are the
Pale
rams?
hand? Are the pale
To be
hands
fair,
in
the
it?
Spectre's very vague about everything.
You must have been a bitch to work with.
Or four?
I didn't see him much in person. I had to report to some other guy.
Can I be actually honest with this? Technically, it's less of that person being really bad at explaining things or being very good at making information very useful to the one person they're talking to in case they're getting scryed on.
Yeah, but that makes our job harder.
Not
Yes.
everything is going to be given to
was-
us on a silver platter.
Well, Spectre was
My
very
point.
sassy to the soldier. That's all I can say.
And didn't someone... this is Ashraf speaking. Didn't someone mention that, or was someone there, or did someone tell me, or was I there for when Gale had a conversation after he tried scrying on the Conjurer?
Which conversation?
The one after you scryed on him when he got in your head.
Oh, when you tried scrying on him and he started talking to you through that scry.
Oh yeah.
And then
I don't think you were there.
I thought
because
they were in their dreams.
it was that too, but like, I think...
There was two moments. One where he was contacted through dreams. The other when Gale actually spoke to him.
On the back of the Aurochs
Mm-hmm.
in snow. Because I
Yep.
remember
Mm.
someone was it an Eldritch Blast? There was a spell shot at Gale's muzzle, and he went
Yes.
flying off his.
Yeah, that was it.
A
Yeah.
deer, I believe.
Mhm.
Yes.
I remember this now. Yes,
Mhm.
you. I don't think Ashraf was there for that, but I probably.
But
would've told
you
him.
told him. You definitely told him, at least, because
Gotcha,
you communicate everything to him through the sending stones.
I need a vent to someone
Mm-hmm.
in 25 words or less. It's not just screaming and swearing. Regardless.
Just buzzwords.
But I'm guessing,
Yeah, conversation. Ah!
I'm guessing by preparations, I'm guessing the full revival of the First Emperor is my guess. Because there's only 2 left.
Or the beacon. That was something that they were also preparing.
They could also be referring to the rams.
Oh, yeah, the Raging Rams. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They're a big mercenary group.
There's just too many entities at large. We can speculate all we want, but that won't give us a definite answer.
Yeah.
Did anyone else do anything interesting today?
Ride on a palace and went to the hot springs.
You would also notice that while Lydia seems extremely relaxed right now, Umeko, you notice, is all decked out in some new garb.
Umeko, I
like
see.
tucking it away.
Umeko, I see you had fun today.
Well, if I'm gonna be a godparent, might as well have some fun with it.
Why not just be a god? My gosh, how much did you spend?
God.
Not all of it. That's how much.
And not from the party fund, I'm assuming. I'm hoping.
No.
Okay. That's good.
Daphne's gonna trust her enough not to do an insight check.
Right, like, Lydia doesn't. It's like, yeah, I know
I mean,
who
you
had
do
a
you,
job.
man. Harold, I need you to stop.
So,
Me and Whiskey went for a walk. I messaged Redalia. Turns out she found out about Delan via scrying on him.
Oh, that's fun.
Mm-hmm. So I'm not sure if she saw it happen or if she saw the aftermath.
If he was dead, if she tried scrying him while he was dead, it wouldn't connect. Technically.
So there's a chance then that she, because the message from what I saw Delan got was very angry, that she possibly saw the tail end when he was like whipped through the air.
He's like, what, 10 minutes, Delan? Estimate, how long did that fight last? How long before you got tapped out?
too long. Too long.
Okay, sure.
And then,
Redalia decided to tease me.
oh, I thought you were
You
going with a
deserve
new
it.
look. Talis points out as she's pointing to the Daphnes in her hair.
No, this is what happens when my friends decide to tease me relentlessly.
What would they be teasing you about that would get you like this?
Nothing that you need to worry about.
You sure?
Yep.
You just see that it's going over Talis' head.
Just don't worry about it, Talis. I'll tell you when you're older.
Just stares at the Daphnes.
Daphne just plucks one off and puts it on Talis' head.
Is Itham back?
He is back actually, but
Is he with us?
he actually didn't stay in there. He just he returned in the form of, because when he arrived, he was in his Raven Swarm form, and then returned, and then he's like, he's down in just a moment as he goes up to his room.
Whiskey's now wrestling
Diar's
a
gonna
grapefruit.
follow.
No, you're not following, as he points to Diar.
Why are you attached to my brother's hip today? Dear.
I guess he has a new favorite royal.
Or maybe he has a crush.
I was gonna say that, but I wasn't gonna say anything.
And I thought I was the gay one.
Do I need to tell Redalia Delmara something?
We can have more than one token gay in our group. It's fine.
I'm more worried. Just.
Yes, I'm technically considered. Gale grabs open a book. This one, pansexual.
Okay. Just so that way my friend doesn't get her heart broken and then I have to break your bones.
I was never gonna break her heart.
Good, because then I have to break your bones.
Also, misconstrued information. Went to go get some materials. Got a scroll of recall from this place that looked blue and had like some kind of lantern or something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That was it.
Fun. Where does the scroll of recall go to?
The Kara territory. I think. I don't know what exactly that completely means, but
I wonder
I think
if...
you guys are.
We lost
Delan?
him.
Dear?
Diar's back.
What?
Dear?
What
Welcome
about
We
back.
lost you.
Wait,
lost
I got
you.
lost? Oh no.
Yeah, you got lost!
I also hit my camera button by accident.
To answer your question, Diar, it's to the temple. He said it was the temple in Iftalin.
Okay. That's handy. I wonder if that's what Delmara and Redalia used when they first got here.
Well, he said he had to get permits and stuff, and he has one left, so if you want to get it.
Maybe. I don't see a reason why I would need one since I know teleportation circle.
True.
Alright. Okay.
Is it something you would need, Diar?
Oh, I already got 2 of them. I'm good.
Okay. Well, something to bear in mind then, at least.
I already used one.
What? Did you use one?
I'm lying through my teeth. I damn
Inside check.
Insight check. One moment as we insight. Why would you? Okay, unless I roll like a nat 1.
Oh my god. I rolled an
23.
Only Umeko and Daphne would know the truth.
Daphne just looks at him with a raised brow.
So how'd you get back?
Yeah, how did you get back?
Didn't you say it was to the card temple in the capital? So it's here. We're in the capital.
So
Where
you
did
just tried it?
Did
Just to
use
make
it
sure it works?
pop across the city? What you do with your money is not my problem.
My forge is calling me. Not literally. I'm not insane. He's starting to pull the skull out of his bag to talk to more to see if it talks back.
Okay. Are you try? So as you go back to your forge, well, and leaving the rest of you.
Are we 100% on his, like, sanity?
I mean, in all technicality, I don't think any of us can be qualified as sane anymore.
Yeah, like,
Yeah,
that's weird even for us, right?
I mean,
top-
Terrace does it sometimes.
But Tereth's technically still a child. He has an active imagination. He gets a pass on it for now.
Maybe Diar is young at heart and has an active imagination. Who are you to judge?
I think I'm Daphne Nightshade, and I can judge whoever I damn well please.
Oh?
You just hear from Youth as she's just holding her hot drink. I judge everyone.
See?
Of course you do.
Of course. Do we know what time we have to be at court? Is it an early morning? Do we know?
My guess is it would probably be an early morning so they can get it out of the way as quickly as possible, she says as Whiskey's wrestling a grapefruit.
Gale
Speaking
steps
of,
outside real quick. Quick sending. What time do we have to be there?
Are you outside the house?
Yes, I'm peeking outside the house.
I just picture he's like sticking his head out, and you just see it's just like a visible trick, just like what time? And he says at 9. And that's all you get as a response.
9 o'clock.
Okay.
speaking of, I ran in the car to talk for a second.
Oh?
He said to suspect the unsuspected and to not eat much. And also it might be long, so try the stretch during it.
I think he was giving you dad advice.
Yeah.
Either way, that's what he said.
Would I know why he's saying not to like eat a big breakfast?
Give
it
me
like-
a medicine check.
Is it code?
Okay, I'm like, is it like along the lines of like, don't get nervous and throw up? You don't want it, like, okay, guidance.
Medicine.
19.
From what you gather, especially, you have a feeling it could be either because there might be something that, like, as you know, people end up emptying their stomachs because of nausea or because they see something that completely grosses them out. Or it could be something along the lines of, oh crap, we're here for such a long time, I'm gonna need to go to the bathroom now after this huge breakfast or something. It could be any of those things.
Those long court days do really suck when you have to hold it for hours.
I do remember Black Wolf's was annoying.
Yeah, so it's either like you're gonna get nervous and nauseous and throw up, or you're gonna see something that's gonna make you throw up. Or, you know, you're just gonna have to sit there and hold it, which then you're distracted anyways.
It's a kitty.
Duh, it's Marigold. I mean, if anyone does get nervous and nauseous, I can always just Druidcraft.
I don't think we'd be allowed to use magic
Peppermint?
inside the courtroom.
It's better than throwing up on the orb.
Maybe Druidcraft.
Wait, well, why would we
before?
be throwing up on the Divine Raven?
I mean, if you get nervous and you're just projectile vomiting,
Asher just looks at you as if he's just discovered something very, very different about Lydia.
you never get so nervous you get nauseous? Or is that just a me thing?
I think that's a you thing.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
I used to when I was very younger, when I first started in the courts, but it goes away with age and experience.
There we go. See? It's not just a me thing. At least you're finding this out now before we get married.
True.
Yes, please don't throw up on your husband.
Or throw up.
I
on
think no. I'm like, I think I might have once, but I don't remember. I might have been very drunk.
That is still very odd advice to give you out of the blue, Umeko.
I think the last time I was nervous like that was when I cried on Medi.
Aw. She's doing.
And seeing Stifo get killed. And the fall and all that shit.
I really hope Zare hasn't, like, tortured her.
What makes you think Zare would torture her?
He's a very mean teacher sometimes.
What, does he, like, snap book spines or something?
Probably, I wouldn't put it past him.
That's just cruel.
Exactly. Regardless,
Or hit her hand with a ruler?
I think he's above physical violence. I don't think he would go as low as physical violence.
So you think he would do mental torture?
Long days. Casting the same spell over and over and over again. I don't know.
Kaboom.
Kabooms. They're nonstop.
They're happening outside my window too.
I guess we have an early morning. We should get to bed, at least.
I'm gonna do my praying and then I'm gonna head to bed.
Should probably do that.
Where are you going? What was your plan here?
Why are you running?
She wants to see.
So,
She immediately just
Uh,
jumped back off. I don't know what her plan was.
I'm gonna stop by Itham's room real
Mhm.
quick. See him.
alright, so you go by Itham's room,
Mm-hmm.
and as you arrive, he opens the door. It's like, oh, Giselle, can I help you?
Going somewhere?
Downstairs?
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Have
I
a good
was
day.
hungry.
Where you know you can have food delivered, right?
I did not know that, actually.
Yeah, you just flag down a invisible servant.
Oh, well, that explains why they suddenly saw food on at the foot of my door.
Yep.
Is there something you want to talk about?
No, just wanted to make sure you had a good day.
Yeah, it was fine. Just had to take care of something to prepare for the trial tomorrow.
Like what? You're being weird, Itham, and I don't like it.
Look. I don't expect things to go as exactly as planned, so I'm just preparing for just in case something does happen.
Like what? What do you think is going to happen in a court case?
He just looks at you, almost like with a deadpan expression. A lot of things can happen in a courtroom.
Like what? What are you preparing for, Itham?
Just preparing in case, say, the enemies that you are dealing with or something see this as an opportunity.
Valid. That will help me pick spells in the morning.
Yeah, well, I can't do that, so.
Yeah, it sucks to suck, huh?
At least I have friends with me all the time. As you see the bird rest on his shoulder.
They're corvids, Itham. At least I have humanoid friends.
Not my problem, you can't talk to them.
Actually, I can.
But do they ever answer you?
Haven't tried.
My point
Don't
exactly.
have that. I don't have that prepared today, but we'll see. Have you heard anything else from Eladrin?
I have not actually. I haven't been in contact with him since that last message.
Do you initiate it or does he? Who has the sending?
Well, it's not exactly ascending per se.
Okay.
And
Sorry, I don't know your magic.
I'm sorry. Well, it's hard to explain. I tried to explain it to you when you were a child, and you just looked at me like I was a crazy person.
Well, I'm not a child anymore, so have at it.
I can send them as messengers on my behalf.
You make your birds fly all the way to Azuria?
It's not that far. Last time I saw one was when we were in the Spire. No, we were in that mountain range.
Okay. Alright, I thought it took way longer than that.
So keep in mind, I'm also may or may not have had a few tricks to help it be faster.
Like what?
If I showed you, you would be very disappointed in me.
Who's to say I'm not already disappointed in you?
Good, then I won't show you.
Bird steroids?
Before I go to bed, have you thought about my offer at all?
If you decide to go, I'll join you. But if you want to wait until later, then that's fine.
Straff and Diar are coming with.
That's fine. As long as they remember their P's and Q's.
They'll be fairly behaved. That's the word I want to use.
Yes, well, I was just saying because I don't know how Diar, I guess the only thing I'm concerned is the fact he's always shirtless.
Would you like him to wear a shirt? Is that what
If he's going to be in the presence of Eladrin, then yes, he's going to have to wear a shirt. The fact he's not wearing a shirt in front of royalty is already taboo enough.
We're not royalty here. No one knows.
And yet you are saying, and yet you are already trying to think of ways to become the queen of Azuria.
I have the sword.
Yeah, but you're still a child compared to me.
Sure, keep believing that. That's what helps you sleep at night, Itham. Have a good night.
You
See you in
too.
the morning. Unless you have anything you need to say to me.
Nope, I'm good. And he just walks past you.
Jesus, okay. Go to my room, I guess. Wow! Sassy! Sassy brother! Sassy!
Sassy baka.
The years dead, obviously, his name is Sassy. Oh, the siblings.
The siblings. So, anyone else? Do you have anything else you want? So I know Daphne's doing her prayer. Lydia's doing her prayer. So you can go ahead and add the piety points for that. Gale.
Gale wants to try to talk to Paradox.
Okay. Try reaching out to Paradox, but not having much luck. If there's one thing you've concluded, is that your patron is weird.
Anyone I try to pray to is weird. First, apparently you, non-existent dragon lady Sapphira, you, and then you. He's just holding the book and the orb in his hands. Why don't you talk to me? And he just flops off his bed.
You just hear from Youth. As you were saying this, why won't anyone talk to me? He just says, you just hear Youth say, you don't want me to answer that question.
Get out of my room!
I'm not in your room!
Get away from my door! I don't know.
So, Umeko, what do you plan on doing?
Can I make 2 Revivify coins? Using Glyph of Warding?
That's a spell I haven't heard in a while. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Revivify coins.
Basically, Glyph of Warding, I can put a 3rd level spell or lower into an item with a specific trigger. And I would like to put Revivify in the 2 different coins.
And Revivify is a 3rd level spell, correct?
Yep.
Do you have the diamonds for it?
I have 3 diamonds on me.
I'll allow it.
Cool. Can I make the trigger when it touches a lifeless being?
Sure. You could do that.
Cool.
I'm actually happy someone took on a spell I haven't heard of before.
I'll cast it twice if it wants to pop up. What the fuck was that? Why did it feel so much?
Yeah, it's a glitch.
Cold, fire, lightning, and thunder damage?
It's a glitch, yeah.
Glyph of Warding, you could also do it, the specific element will like burst out from it.
So.
But yeah, I would like to make 2 coins.
Okay, so you're making 2 the coins of Revivify.
Yes.
Make it 3.
No, I only have 2 spell slots.
Got it. Misheard.
Okay. So. Time passes. If I'm correct, Diar is just you're trying to
He's trying to contact his patron, but hey, the only time this guy has ever talked to me is through a dead head, so I'm just expecting.
Oh, you're fine. I'm just rolling the dice here.
Oh god.
Trying to reach out. For some reason, doesn't seem to reach out to you this time.
None of our patrons want to talk to us.
Patrons are out on vacation. They're enjoying their 4th of July weekend.
The gods have left us. This just proves my
These are patrons, not gods.
Some of them are gods, right?
Daphne doesn't want to talk to her god, so that works out all the better.
Yeah, she hasn't talked to her bae.
Daphne just is avoiding everyone at the moment.
Exactly.
Since it's not responding, Diar's just gonna move its like because it has the 4-piece mouth, right? The mutant's head.
Oh yeah.
I think he's gonna do that or move it and just be like, I'm your patron. I'm gonna use a head to talk to you, and then I'll never do it again and make you.
For a second, I thought you were gonna make it like he's moving the jaw like it's like a TV antenna or something. Oh,
you know
God.
what? That would be cool too. But
That'd be funny. It's getting a bit putrid, though. You would be able to tell from that skull.
Clean it.
He hasn't cleaned it yet.
he's gonna clean both the skulls then
Okay.
before going to bed.
It adds flavor. It adds flavor.
Yeah,
No.
the mutant skull and then the
No.
other person's skull.
No, you will stop right there. So,
Umeko, have you ever cleaned the Arcanist's head that I gave you?
Yes, we did clean that one.
I love how
I
Umeko has
just
to
have a
emphasize that.
skull now.
So,
I still have it.
yes, you do. So, everyone, you go ahead and do your long rest.
Hell yeah.
May I roll for Cosmic Omen?
Yep, go ahead.
PM? Cool. Studying that star chart when I wake up.
Mm-hmm.
It's an odd day.
So, as you wake up,
It's my
find yourself
favorite.
suddenly having a feel of this heavy atmosphere as you realize it is now time for the trial.
Gale's just gonna get dressed in fancier crap.
Make sure you're all dressed nicely.
I was gonna say I don't have anything, but yes I do.
Yes, you do. We have the festival garbs.
Diar
And the-
takes out his disguise kit, pulls out a fake mustache and a tie, and puts the tie around his neck, and then the fake mustache. He debates whether to put it on, and then it's like, nah, and puts it back.
Here, do you
Yeah,
own a shirt?
Shirt on.
Dear,
Here,
I love-
let's go with this. He puts on the feather Za armor.
Sure. The chafing is gonna hurt, but
Oh, he's gonna put on his disguise shirt, which is like this poofy like white shirt
it's at least a
that
shirt.
like Diar just is like, I hate this. I hate the color white. It's weird.
then why don't you dye it?
I could die.
The only color I would dye it would be red blood.
I mean, you don't need blood to dye a shirt. You can just get some berries. It's not that bad.
Wouldn't it still be red though?
It would still be red. It just doesn't need to be dyed with blood.
An exaggeration, my lady. I apologize.
Thank you.
Oh, also, my lady.
Hmm.
Should I call you my lady during this trial thing?
No.
Please do not. As far as I'm aware, representatives of this country do not know that Itham and I are foreign royals. And it might be best to keep it that way.
I think the Emperor might have an inkling.
The Emperor might have an inkling, but I have not outright said it, and so no one else has said it. The most Kenoto knows is that I'm a consort to the Pale Hands, because I am married to Astraf, or to be married. But whether or not my crown title to Azuria is known has not been outright said.
Okay.
Do you remember when we were gonna plan your wedding in a day?
All
Yes.
right. Yes.
No, wait, Lydia wasn't there for that. No, I do not know that. What?
Black
Oh.
Wolf wanted.
Black Wolf was going to plan your wedding in a day while we
He-
were at the hot springs.
He wanted to do a surprise wedding for you. Basically, I mean, first of all, we thought he meant he wanted the surprise wedding to be in the hot springs. And then he said no, and he went out and tried to buy decorations for said surprise wedding. I think he tried to spend like around 600 gold
Mhm.
for it, and he was gonna have it in the kin.
Remember how last night we had the conversation about how I get nauseous when I'm nervous? Y'all are making me very nervous.
Well, we are doing it now. It was Black Wolf's idea. We
And
discouraged it. Kind of.
Also,
Kind of?
mint's good for that.
I know mint's good for
Nausea.
that. I know mint's good for that, and I can druid craft that.
It was an entertaining thought. I did not think he was being serious, Lydia, until he went out to buy the decorations.
Above
he-
table talk, didn't Black Wolf get money from Astra for the silver for it?
Yeah,
The powdered silver for that?
yeah.
God. Why are we discussing this now?
You hear the door open of the mansion, but then close.
I didn't do that.
Did someone come in or leave?
Itham?
I'm guessing it was Astaroth.
Is Asaroth here?
My boys. Can I see my boys?
You go look and you see that Itham is there. He seems to be trying to put together what he can to be as formal as possible for the situation at hand, but it's presentable at least. But meanwhile, you don't see Astraf.
Did he run because we were talking about the wedding? That
I
is
will
kind of
go.
concerning for a fiance.
Let me see if I can find. I will go poke my head out the door. What? Did he leave?
As you open the door, you do see Astraf walking. You're able to tell it's him because the garb he's wearing is actually very different from what he normally wears. Only because-
Yeah.
So,
Fancy boy.
Is it the one he wears in his photo that makes him look like a drowned rat?
you see that he's Lydia. You would see as you open the door, he's looking over, and you see that his hair is sort of like tied up in sort of in that sort of tail that you would see from the like when you think of the style from like the colonial age, just like that sort of almost like that sort of ponytail or something that the men would wear. But you also see that he's wearing appears to be that of a formal garb and complete with the what appears to be that of a silver ascot. And he's just looking over and it's like, what?
You left in a hurry?
Yes, because it's already almost time.
Oh shit! You look nice, by the way.
Thank you.
Open the door, be like, hey! Just like yelling at us, like, let's go!
We're going!
I'm gonna be late!
Whiskey's fighting with a kiwi again.
Gale's eating a banana.
Which rune
not
looks
sitting
better up?
down this time.
The
What?
whichever rune you think looks best.
Your fire
But-
rune.
Fire rune or lightning rune on
Lightning.
the armor?
Lightning, we don't have enough of that damage.
Yes, Umeko?
It doesn't do that, but okay.
While they're having this little discussion and stuff, can I very quickly? It only takes a minute for ritual casting of this, but can I cast augury?
Augury. Let me take a look at that.
Tori's whipping out all the weird spells.
I'm liking this. I am excited for this, honestly.
What's
And
augury?
I know how I want to cut how she casts it too. I think it's really fun.
Let's see. Okay. Okay, so you're casting it normally or ritual?
Ritual. It only takes a minute.
So it would be 11 minutes then, because ritual makes it add additional 10.
Could I have been doing that this morning then?
Sure, I'll allow it.
Okay. The way she casts it, she just flips a coin and see how it lands.
Okay.
And
Let's
that'll
see.
do the things.
Okay. Okay, I'm just reading up on it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Give the
so
specific
he's-
course. I want to do the trial.
Yeah,
That
I know,
makes sense.
yeah. The result, the omen you get is, as you toss the coin into the air and then it lands, you notice that, instead of it, like, you know, as like the each side, it's like, it'd be a good, a bad, but then as it flips, it lands on its side.
Oh.
Wheel
Amazing.
and woe. That is what you get.
Amazing. Okay.
So it's a woe day for me.
Wheel and woe
Yeah.
is what you got, Umeko.
Okay, cool. Amazing. That's all I do with that information. I
What
just
do
wanted
the
to know.
different runes do exactly?
It's basically more thematic, and because when I put the flame rune on originally, DM said that the feathers turn to fire. I was just kind of basically going with, do I want the feathers to look lightning-y or fiery?
Well, I mean, your shirt is white, so maybe lightning?
Yeah.
Mix it up from your
White.
usual red color scheme?
Mm-hmm.
Got it. Hopefully it turns into red lightning.
Alrighty. So,
Not Ikari lightning.
by this point, Astraf, and so now once Ithamas tries to be as presentable as possible, he looks to everyone else. Well, are we going, or?
Yep, we're going.
Okay.
I'm already outside with us, right?
Yep. So, you all make your way to the main throne room, where you know that's where the trial is being held.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
So,
Do
Just
or die, no
remember,
going back.
just remember, tell the truth. Don't over-explain. Only answer the questions that you are asked.
as you are guided into this area, then you see that the servants are actually guiding the leadership and their entourage. They gesture towards you to go into a different direction, one that seems to be dedicated for you all.
Oh boy.
And as you are entering, going through this side entrance, find yourselves in the presence once more of a set of what appear to be that of a row of seats, almost like a box in the way it's set up. And as you are looking out, you see that members of the different each of the members of the different clans are there. So you notice a few two sections of which are seeming to be empty, which you conclude is that of both the Fall and the Za. The Emperor seems to remains see where he is on the throne, but you see that there is a pedestal where there appears to be that of a glowing stone sphere, flaming orange, of an aura. And as you are there, you look to your right, and you see near the entrance what appears to be seated in sort of respectful distance apart, what appears to be the prosecution and the defendants. And you also see, sitting across from you, what appear to be that of a few Arakakra. One of them you notice as Kre'iro's brother. And as the Emperor is sitting there, and while everyone else is sitting in the seats that are kind of perched up and just looking down in this, down to the trial, to the courtroom, you hear the voice of the Divine Raven. By the request of the Krei Daimyo, I will be serving as judge and jury. Therefore, whatever ruling is made will remain as such and will not be questioned. And you also hear him say, prepare the courtroom. And you just see there's this, along the floor, this bright purple glow for a brief moment, a flash, just like before in the Ja courtroom. But it's just for a brief moment before it goes away.
Stone of truth.
Mm-hmm.
And after a moment, each of them take a moment to speak. Karavis speaks about about how they're going to prove that Kre'Iro had not only acted in a treasonous manner, but also for his own gain. But then, as Karatak takes his turn, he would point out how this is clearly a misjudgment of his of Kre'iro's character, and that the blame should not be placed upon him for what had happened. And it starts off with Karavis steps forward. I'm taking a look. As she brings forth, she says, I would like to call forth Kre'Iro to the stand. And Kre'Iro steps forward. Not wearing chains, but from what you can see, there is seeming to be that of a metal collar around his neck. So he just walks towards the center and just stands there. As Karavis begins walking around him. Kre'Iro, or forgive me, I should say Daimyo. There have been some questions as to your business and how you conduct yourself. Is that correct? He just stands there quietly. There have been some questionable transactions that you had done in the past. Some of which that seem to be a bit out of the ordinary. There's nothing out of the ordinary for Daimyo to purchase something that which he desires. True, but seems that you had these. As it's been reported by not only people in which that serve as witnesses, but also those have been done reports from the Baizé how you had made transactions for arquebuses. And how there are soldiers in which that carry around these weaponry. I do not deny that I had purchased what is needed to secure my land. And yet, these are the same weapons that which outsiders have been using, is it not? it's obvious that there is some overlap. But how did you get a hold of these? As she steps forward. Considering that you are one of the people whom had expressed to be opposed to opening the border. Just because I oppose opening the border does not mean that I take it upon myself to enforce such things without, as he glances over at the Emperor's approval. It is not my responsibility. Are you saying that you deny that you are that your land's security, and in turn the country? I am saying that it is not my duty to secure the border. That is that of the Za, whom are not with us today. Then let me ask, how is it that you got a hold of these? Who is your provider? Who provided these guns to you? Might say that it is a middleman who purchased them for me. Answer the question. Like I said, it is a middleman. And gets cut off as you hear her raise her voice. Answer the question. And she glances over to the Divine Raven as he says, must answer the question, Daimyo. I purchased them from the one known as the Golden Demon. Golden Demon, a very notorious criminal from what I understand, who seems to reside quite comfortably, at least from what I understand, in some place of security. Though, I guess that's probably not too out of the ordinary for you to house those who are questionable. Is that correct? That is an empty question. Then what is the meaning of there being full housing and a fully working embassy in your land? He stays quiet before Caravis looks towards you all. If I may, Divine Raven, I would like to present to you the evidence that had been procured by one of the witnesses. You may.
I believe Asarath's up.
Who do you choose? You guys choose who gets to go up.
Who has the most evidence?
Is she
Idea.
asking for the evidence from Astra? I'm trying to
She
understand context.
was saying housing, like about the housing and the embassy.
That would be Astrath, wouldn't it?
It'd either be Astra or Lydia, because we have the same memories.
So you could both go up.
We could send Astra up.
Do you choose to send Ashraf up?
Sure.
I don't like how you're worried.
Okay.
This is like Ace Attorney all over again.
So Astraf steps forward after some encouragement and presents the pin and rejects it out. Clearly, this is your... And as it plays, you just hear some of the mutters and whispers before the Emperor raises his hand. And the hush and the chattering goes quiet. This is you in this image, is it not? It is. And you seem to be rather cordial with this duelist, as we've come to know him as. If being respectful to one whom arrives as a guest is considered cordial, then yes. So, you allow this person who's who's affiliated with the group. You allow this person who is known to be part of a group that has tried to take the life of our emperor. A group of which who says that his authority is not within, that he does not hold the proper authority to rule the land. You're welcoming him as a guest. This time, Kara steps up. I must protest to that question. On what grounds, Kara talk? Traditions are what we hold to. We are supposed to give honor to our to those even we dislike. This is just an attack on. This is a baseless attack on his character. Odd or even?
Even?
Even.
Karavis, your question is sustained. She stops before looking back. Then let me ask you this. How did you first get into contact with the duelist? I had met the duelist by mere coincidence. Or I guess you can say pure chance. For he had arrived, about a month, 2 months since, 2 months before the attack during the Lunar Festival. Speaking rather cordial and wished to set up some connections in the sense of wishing to at least begin talks. I asked him as to what was there to discuss, and he said there was nothing more than business, and that those of differing powers could see if we could come to an agreement. And yet it seemed permissible enough that even after the festival, you did not see the necessity in which to force the embassy to be closed after the attempt on the Emperor's life. I was not there when it happened, nor was there any proof of it. she seems to stop, and you could tell that she seems to be like almost like as if she's looking at a different kind of puzzle. Before lying back, it says, "I have no further questions." And Kartak steps forward. Daimyo, it is as you said that you had done these transactions and such, and it was for the sake of securing your border, or at least your land. Why did you see the necessity in purchasing these weapons? The fact that the Nock have such a deep tie to those of the Beyond the Wall is certainly that could cause concern. It was enough of concern that I felt that I needed to build up my security. To secure the land. Now, why would you choose guns? Instead of saying build up a militia or something. We are one of the poorest lands. We do not have a standing army like the Za. In fact, we don't even have the numbers that the kin carry. We have to meet such dangers with something that can balance out the odds in our favor. And that is why you felt it was necessary, for your survival, to purchase these weapons. From even someone who is very unsavory. That is correct. And could the same be said about as to why you had these talks? Is because all for the security of your land? Yes. It was necessary to at least have talks in which see if there's a way to to survive the coming storm. No further questions? And then Kre'Iro steps back, but then Kartak is still up as you get the feeling that he is actually, it's his turn now. Divine Raven, I'd like to call Lydia to the stand.
Dun, dun, dun.
Duh! You got this. I believe in you.
Okay. Go up.
You got this, boo.
You go up and you find yourself standing in the middle, and Kartak just is looking at you, and you see the warm sort of smile that he normally has when he's interacting with you all as he speaks. Lydia. If just to start off, why did you choose to go to Kre'iro's domain in the first place?
Guest of the Emperor. We were doing somewhat of a national tour to meet each individual daimyo and to specifically ask about the safety of their relics.
Safety of the relics. And why would you have, if I may ask, why would you have such concern or even know about these relics?
Well, during the assassination attempt on the Emperor's life, part of our responsibilities that was given to us to help was to find out which clan was possibly helping and to also eliminate the faithful. And as things progressed, we've learned about the relics from each clan being taken.
And you said someone had asked you to find out who this traitorous clan is. Who is that person?
Table. I believe that was the Emperor himself, correct? Just making sure above table.
Who was the first person who approached you about this?
The advisor.
The advisor did, yeah.
What was his name?
The advisor dude.
Eklon?
Yep, Eklon.
Ah, my memory. That would have been Eklon. He approached us the day after the events of the festival.
Eklon. I see. And he turns and looks over to the Divine Raven. With your permission, we would like to add Eklon as one of the witnesses for this trial. That will be taken into consideration. Now, Lydia, as we had mentioned, as you had discussed about doing these tours, was there a particular reason as to why you chose to stay among the kin for such a long time?
Made it abundantly clear and kept it no secret that the kin was outright and showed us kindness upon arrival, and they did offer us a small place to reside, to contain ourselves,
And
without imposing.
And if that is the case, then why choose the kin, especially when they seem to be so, and they're looking at you in such unfavorable light, and after your first initial conversation, why did not go to another clan? One that was probably more welcoming to you.
In the first places that we went afterwards, and upon looking upon a map, they were the most central location. We could get to every clan by sharing a border.
So in that case, well, that is understandable. It's still rather curious in which now, if I may, now I need to ask, for what purpose? We understand as to why, when your efforts, you and your friends' heroic efforts in defending the taking part in the Battle of the Beak Spend. Why? Then I'm curious as to why, when you were in the Jha, you had taken such counterproductive measures in meeting with the clan by having the Emperor try to force his hand upon them.
This is a memory game for me. Hold on.
That
I'm
was when
trying to remember everything.
Black Wolf was in a trial with the Jha.
Right. Okay.
And he had a pin from the kin.
Yep.
Which would have led to his execution, and at the time we figured the only one that could help was the Emperor.
Okay. Thank you, Peanut Gallery. I am like...
The pigeons.
The meta pigeons.
Metabats.
The metabats are here. The metabats are here.
Listen, I might be the note taker, but when the spotlight's on me, I'm like, where did my notes go? When we were in the Jha, this was still very on in our tour, and one of our allies, one of our friends in our group that was there during the festival, who is no longer with us, was caught with a kin pin on him because we did become friends with the kin daimyo, and so we went to the Emperor because at the time that was the only person we could trust and that we knew could help us.
And so, even though you had the he had the kin pin on him, and you had these connections with the kin daimyo, you didn't see that there may be a possibility in which the negotiations between the two daimyos could have happened. Is that what you're implying?
Unfortunately, I am not from this country, and I do not know the personal relationships between all the daimyos. And from what we have heard in the limited time that we had been residing, many people did
So
not
you claim
like the
ignorance.
kin. At the time, yes. We were ignorant, and we did what we thought was best.
No further questions. As he walks away. And...
Bruh. Bruh.
Our dog's out for a fight.
He gets away with it, only for a little bit. He's gone thin ice.
Cadavis steps forward and says, Lydia, so as was mentioned, that you felt that there was mentioned a bit of ignorance, but would it be fair to say that that you felt like the hand was forced in a way? Forced in which you felt that no one would actually listen unless it was the Emperor himself.
At the time, we thought only the Emperor would be able to help us with the current situation.
Then, with that in mind, as he had lightly touched on about the Battle of Beak's Bend, you had placed yourselves on the line, and had reached a point where you had received recognition from the Za. Now, as one who is not part of the Za clan or anyone in that affiliated with any clan in that matter, why choose to help the Za in their time of need?
At the time, we were aware that the Battle of Beak's Bend was a ploy for the faithful to retrieve the, what's the name of it?
The Sword of Champions.
The Sword of Champions, and we knew from various spells that we were able to cast via divination that 2 of the faithful members would be there.
Now,
and so it aligned with our goals to protect both the relic and take care of 2 of the faithful members.
Commendable indeed. Now, please explain for us what exactly happened as to why your friend Black Wolf had been arrested. Like, what led up to that moment?
Black Wolf cast magic in the middle of the city, and there was an anti-magic rule. They found the pin on him when they did a strip search.
Thank you. I see people also in the notes talking about, like, cool, people are reading for me right now. People are reading for me because I'm scrolling. At the time, our friend Black Wolf was not aware of a anti-magic rule in the city of the Ja, and he ended up being caught for casting a spell down by the docks. And that's what led to his arrest.
And he wasn't with... he went off on his own without you all, is that correct?
That is correct. That is something he frequently did.
So it seems that it would be rather unfair for someone to expect that level of responsibility placed upon you all for something that he had done. Is that correct?
Correct. Black Wolf was an adult who could with a sound mind and could make his own decisions.
She nods and then... Now, we understand that you had gone to the kin, and we understand that those connections and such. Would it be fair to say that having approached the kin and getting a good standing with them arguably would have made your task a lot easier.
Yes.
Because they were rather defiant and did not seem to really care when they first met you. Is that correct?
That is correct. We did have a meeting with the Kin Daimyo, and through talks and persuasion, we were able to come to an agreement. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Ouch,
She
ouch.
she nod.
They're loud.
She nods in understanding before. Give me an insight check as she's looking at Katatak.
18.
15.
24.
Okay.
Ooh, dear.
Oh.
All right.
Your princess is on the stand.
So you all look in their direction, and it's almost as if you are watching two people play an intense game of chess, or like some heavy strategic game, as they're like both on equal standing, as they're just looking at each other for a moment. Just you could tell that each of them are trying to make moves and trying to counter the other, and all. And Diar, you can even kind of pick up what it is they are doing. You see that with Katavis, that she is trying to present, and as a way of countering Katatak's attacks, is trying to present you all in a positive light and everything, trying to present you as in, hey, these are people who are respectful, that they do what needs to be done, even though they're not part of us. While Katatak is taking on the situation of, hey, it's not really him that's the issue. It's the ones who are like the outsiders who are causing the issues.
God damn it.
It's like legitimizing versus delegitimizing going on
After we gave him a mountain
And brought the magic back.
and brought the magic back.
here.
He's just doing his job.
And that's
I
his
know.
job, literally.
We know he's doing his job and we love him still, but still,
He's still
Meh.
taking care of Ichor. We
He's
can't
still
be too
taking-
pissed.
we can't. No, you're absolutely right.
So-
We can't be too pissed because he.
So Diar is picking up on this. Like, he's picking up the strategies and such that are going down. So
Anything, so
as you are excused from the stand, Lydia, after being finished,
Cool.
she then looks to the Economist looks to each of you. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see. Actually, better yet, I want the 4 of you, Gale, Daphne, Umeko, Diar, to roll me a d6.
Oh no.
Are you including
The guinea
Talus
pig.
in this?
duh.
Oh, I am. I'm including the other NPCs.
Alice, Itham.
Oh my gosh.
Rollies!
Nope, dear.
Okay.
Dang.
Why was I
As
the
this-
guinea pig?
No.
As this happens, you see Canavis look to you, Diar, and says, Fine, maybe I like to call Diar to the stand.
Don't
Deer
let your.
puts his hand to his forehead.
You gotta go up.
He gets up because he knows he can't say no to this.
And as you find yourself in the
Walks
middle,
over.
Canavis looks to you. Diar, you are a relatively new member of this group, is that correct?
Yes.
And how did you come across these group of people?
I was in the, I believe, kin territory,
Yes.
and I was selling some wares that I had achieved through my adventures, and Lydia wanted to buy the bones and then eventually just bought my service to make the armor, and I chose to join them.
I see. So, now, as being a new person of this group, how would you describe these group of people? If you were to, as someone who wasn't originally part of the group or considered an honored guest of the Emperor, how would you describe them and their character?
I would say that the one known as Umeko would be more so a very quiet and reserved individual, yet occasionally can be a little gaudy, as I saw yesterday. But is very reserved in most cases and is very intelligent when it comes down to situations of when to keep their mouths or their information to themselves. On the opposite spectrum, you have Gale. He is capable of speaking a lot, sometimes to his own detriment, but every time he does, it's always for the overall betterment of the goal of defeating I think it was like the first Emperor, I believe. Then there's Miss Daphne Nightshade. Honestly, probably one of the to the books people, which can make her seem to be a little uptight, but she overall cares about every single last one of them and does it because of her caringness for each one. And then the one I have the most bias, or well, actually, then there's Elusive, who, I mean Youth, whom by the first name I called them is kind of how I see them, as very elusive and more of like a child, but has seen some shit. Then there's I don't know how many of them you want me to talk about. There's Talus, who's kind of smart, but also is really naive and can be I wouldn't say tricked, but very easily told things and kind of just goes with the flow. Then there's Astrath, quiet, and honestly does everything to be as efficient as possible, in my opinion. Then there's the one I'm the most biased about, which is Lydia. In my opinion, a strong leader who at points will need or does need counsel from the rest of the group, but is also overall a good person.
Sounds like
is that what you needed?
It's perfect. Sounds like you have a group that is very efficient and rather upstanding in the views of society. Is that correct? You would say?
I would say, except for this incident, as we kind of had some issues with the whole thing happened yesterday
So,
or the day before.
and you see that as you say that she's quickly trying to almost like bypass it as she continues speaking. So now, when you had arrived in Kre'iro's domain, what was your impression of it? As someone who has traveled as much as you have. What were your thoughts on the capital city?
With no disrespect, from what I had seen, I would say it wasn't the most nice in my overall opinion of it. It was especially because of the seedy individual who was there. I am referring to the one known as the Golden Demon.
So the Golden Demon is actually residing in the capital. Is that correct?
Correct.
And would you say that from his base of operation that he had been there from quite some time?
See, I couldn't tell you that, as I didn't pay much attention to that specifically.
So how did you know that the Golden Demon actually resides there?
Meta question, how do I actually know that?
A shopkeep in Ivtelin told us about his location.
Did Diar know that, or did Lydia tell Diar that? That's the...
Lydia told
Lydia,
everyone that the shopkeeper at the Blue Lantern notified us of the Golden Demon in the Krei.
So while this is
So
all
I asked about some items.
So while we're taking a pause for a moment, I would like to ask, does anyone have any spells going on at the moment?
I mean, can we have spells going on?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. Do you have any spells going
Please
on?
don't.
Nope.
Nope. No spells.
That I'm aware of, no.
Okay.
I mean, if they're speaking common, there's no reason for me to like pass the pin to like if them or anyone.
Right.
So no.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
are they speaking in common? Because
Oh,
I
they
don't
are.
know avian.
Absolutely.
Oh, thank God.
You kind of concluded at this point, dear, that the upper class definitely knows how to speak common.
Okay, that's so good. So good.
So,
Our party leader had gotten information from a merchant about where the Golden Demon resided.
I see. Considering that would probably mean that that the city there is actually rather unsafe. Would that be a fair assumption?
I would be a bit biased in my opinion of saying yes. Yes, it would.
I see. No further questions. And as you walk away, Karatak steps forward and greets you with the same welcoming smile as he gave to Lydia.
Dear gives a head nod.
Was that?
I realized I didn't have a spell, but I do have something I would like to do.
Okay.
Can I look throughout the room through the gem of seeing?
Okay. You're going to do that?
See if I just see anything.
All right. Are you doing it normally, or are you doing it stealthily?
I mean, it's like a what's it called? Monocle type thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So
I guess I'll just like look through it. I don't know how the.
okay.
Just
Well,
make
let's
it look
just
like it's part of normal thing. I guess.
yeah. So give me sleight of hand check.
Sleight of hand. Ooh.
You have horrible eyesight. It's fine.
I can't see in the dark.
Actually, I'll let you do this. Either okay. Oh, never mind. You're good.
Okay.
Yeah, can I look through the gem of scene?
Yes.
What's it called?
As,
Yeah, that's what it's
as you're
called.
looking around, Umeko, I'm gonna send you a DM.
Oh.
Yes.
All it's gonna say is nothing.
That would be best, actually.
You see absolutely nothing.
Why is this like this? Why is it like this? So
Political
bouncy
intrigue.
right now. I had to get caffeine to stay awake, and now I'm like bouncing. Like, ah.
I'm just bouncy from nerves. That's why I have to keep standing up and doing like small bounces.
Yup. My leg was like shaking under my desk the whole time. Now I'm like, ah, okay, I'm done.
You said that.
Unless they call me back.
Daphne's just like petting and scritching whiskey on her lap.
I told
The
you
whole
guys
time.
not to let me talk.
We don't have a choice in the matter.
I know.
There you go, Umeko.
Does it say nothing?
It just, in all caps, nothing.
In all caps, nothing.
Boring.
So,
Diar nods as he gives this, or as Karatak gives
So.
a smile.
So, Diar, from what I understand, so, as mentioned before, that you are a new person of the group. How long have you been in Ivtalin? Actually, no, I'm sorry, not Ivtalin. The Ivhan.
Double checking. How long have I been in?
I don't know, have you
Ivhan?
lived there your whole life? Have you lived in other
No.
lands? Or,
It had to have been a maximum of a year,
okay.
but minimum of like
Well, we've been here for
the
almost
party
6
being
months.
there.
The party being there for almost 6
Okay.
months, so.
Then I'd say about like 6 months. Because if the one festival let people through the borders to even get to the capital, that would
Mhm.
probably been when I got into the country itself. So, and then I was just probably just around hunting creatures
Mhm.
until this point.
So, I'm assuming you're giving that as your answer, so he nods.
Yeah.
So you are technically also an outsider, but what? As you said, you have a particular bias, and what was it? The fact that made the Grey Capital so unsafe to you?
The fact that one of the individuals that were known as the Faithful, the Duelist, was there is one thing.
And how did you know the duelist was there?
See, this is what I get for not being at some of these sessions.
Scrying.
Trying
I believe it was scrying. Divination magic.
divination.
Via divination magic, one of our allies, or us. I'm still not remembering that correct. I apologize, but one person we know used the scrying spell to find out that they were there,
I see.
which being the main goal of the group too.
So,
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that if you had not known about the embassy being there, that your perspective on it being unsafe would have been different?
I believe it would still be unsafe in my opinion, as
And what would make that
the
unsafe?
golden demon, that golden demon that was mentioned before.
Now, if you did not even know about the golden demon, would you still consider it to be unsafe?
I apologize because I could not tell you correctly because sometimes you just have bad feelings about places, and I wouldn't be able to tell you if I'd have a bad feeling immediately off the bat. In a theoretical situation in which did not happen because we were in that situation. So I do apologize for not being able to give you a correct answer.
As you are going off on this, you would hear Catavis object, and she says, I must object to this, for this is playing into what-if scenarios.
Hearsay.
Hearsay, exactly.
Speculation.
It's,
Objection.
it's hearsay.
Speculation?
Yeah, speculation, yep.
Yeah, I'm like, this is speculation right now.
Yeah.
Shut
So,
up.
and then as the spheres, the Divine Raven speaks, that question shall be scrubbed. As well as that answer. Very well. So, then if I may ask, what... From what you can tell me, what led to the whole situation being so dangerous for you to be there?
As I said before, the duelist.
But even after he pauses, no further questions. And as you're allowed to leave, Diar, you notice that Catavis has a little smirk on her face. Seems that she might have gotten a little one-up on him.
Proud of you.
Dear's just like breathing in, like, wait, is Itham there?
Oh, Itham's there, yeah.
I told you should have done the speaking.
Daphne just
gives
pats
Diar a
him on
little
the
pat on
shoulder. Yeah, you did good. You did good. We're proud of you. You did so well. You are short. You're talking well. Good job.
I think that's the most I've ever heard you talk.
Absolutely.
We'll go out for ice cream later.
If you
They
need
call
some
me
peppermint, let me know.
DM, am I able to get Karavis's like attention to come over to us real fast?
She looks to you. And then she gives a slight nod, but you also see that she gestures like you see a slight gesture of her saying like to hold on for this. Because the trial just started, technically speaking, so
Yeah, that's fine, I guess.
We're
so
only like 2 witnesses in.
now it's with Catatalk's turn. He looks to you guys. Back to his set of witnesses. Divine Raven, we'd like to call upon Kre'Iro.
That's a new name.
No, that's
That's
the
a
name of
new-
the brother. That's the name of the
brother.
The brother.
That's who it is.
Wait, he's a sparrow named Kre'Iro?
H-A-K.
Yeah, it's
Not
not
Hawk.
spelled.
Like Hawk.
Like from Yona of the Dawn, Hawk.
Yes. Hey, I picked that up.
Hey. And he goes in and sits he stands there as Catatalk speaks. So, Kre'Iro, would you please describe for us the character of your brother?
No, he was gonna do this.
He is one who is all about looking for the best possible outcome for those involved. He is very much someone who would look to ensuring the safety of those around him. And what do you think would lead to him to have such a, as you would describe, like this sort of protective aspect about him? as it is obvious that we are not exactly the most powerful of clans. For a time, there was a great plague that had swept through our land. It took the lives of our parents. Yes, I remember this plague. Because of this, Kre'Iro had to take upon himself as becoming dying at a very young age. Younger than Kinoto, if I'm correct. Yes. At the time, he had just, he was just barely considered no longer a child. So, with that, with this being his circumstances, if what we're saying about this golden demon and having business transaction with him as being legitimate facts, why would he do such a thing? Quite simple. Why does a turtle try to hide in its shell? To protect itself. And you're saying this because that you are surrounded by powerful rivals or clans at the very least. Yes. Up until recent times, the Val were the most exceptional at the use of arcane. The kin were seen to be that of rivaling in military power, to that of even the Emperor's forces. And the Nok having their connections to the outside world, it made it for a very precarious position for us to be in. So it was by means of survival. That's what you say. It is. So with the destruction that was caused, how much damage did that do to the, to this, as we would say, this shell of a defense of the Kree? How much of it was harmed? Truthfully, well, the damage seemed to be minimal compared to the lives that we have lost, but it definitely has shaken the foundation of people's confidence in their safety and security. Paranoia is very rampant right now. They do not know who they would consider friend and foe. So you're saying that the damage that was caused that night had damaged the trust even between your people and the Kree. Taz. If you had to place a monetary value on how much of the destruction that was caused, where would you say it lands? If we're considering the loss of life as well as the armaments and everything, it would come out to 3 million gold. And this is just an estimate. Is that correct? Yes. Very well. No further questions. As he walks back. Could I hack? From what we understand, that there was this great destruction that was caused. Now, what led to this this tragedy to happen in the first place? Truthfully, it seemed that there was a bit of a startling series of events that happened. They were moving into the troops were moving in and were having to... No, we're having to take careful precautions. So you say. And are you saying that they were startled by the sudden appearance of the honored guests of the Emperor? That's one way to describe it, I believe. And she steps forward towards him. Krehak, why were your troops in an area that was considered residential that night? They were just carrying on with their task. What was the task? What were your orders? You were told to capture these guests. To capture these guests. Now, why on earth? Why in Nora? Why in the Nine Hells would you want to capture honored guests of the Emperor? Why were you given these orders? Did you just blindly follow them without question? Did you even question these orders? Did you or did you not object to these orders? I did not. No further questions. Then she looks to you all. Fine Raven, I would like to call upon Daphne Nightshade.
Daphne hands whiskey off to Lydia and goes to the stand.
Daphne Nightshade, you have experience in the dealings of court, correct?
Yes, I've been having dealings with court for over 100 years now.
So you are quite familiar with, at the very least, basic procedures and how things are done. Not just in the the court of nobility, but also in matters of law.
Yes.
So would you describe for us in your experience as to when you had entered the capital of the Kree? What was something that you had seen before, which you had seen that stood out to you as someone of your profession?
Well, one of the first things I thought that was odd upon entering was all the arquebus, seeing as they weren't common throughout the rest of the country. In truth, they aren't actually common in my country either, even though we are a nautical country.
They are not even common in your land?
No. The closest thing would be cannons on ships.
Continue.
And even though those are much larger, and nothing that can be held by hand. If we were to get anything similar to that, we would have to special order them from the manufacturer, and even then, that wouldn't be worth it in the long run. On account of the fact you have to have extensive training in order to properly use them, otherwise, and I have seen they backfire and can cause injury to them.
I see. So, for what reason would you... So, let me rephrase the question. What So, as someone inexperienced in matters of law and order, how would you describe the capital in comparison to, say, your land or even Talin?
There were much more guards I found patrolling than usual, especially since, to my knowledge, as of yet there was no major conflict happening, say, in the Za, for example. That was quite shocking, I found. And... Okay, quick question for the DM, because
Yes.
it is getting a little late, and my
Don't worry,
brain
we're getting
is
close to the end. Don't worry.
fried. No, I'm okay. Am I getting a hint at what she's hinting at exactly?
She's basically asking, is it like, basically asking you along the lines of, okay, is this basically, it's basically saying, okay, we're in, say, like a beautiful city, like, I don't know, like Washington, D.C. or something, and comparing it to, say New York City, like, how would you compare the cleanliness sort of thing, you know what I mean?
Oh.
That like, she's pretty much trying to do the good versus the bad.
And another thing, it is a portside town, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Well, as I said, I come from an island nation. So, besides from the Knock, the Kree is actually possibly the closest to my home country. And I did find an odd feeling surrounding it. It was hard to place, but the closest thing I could say would be eerie.
What,
Like
how was
walking
it
into
eerie?
a dark forest. It's hard to say, but it's similar to when you're walking into a dark forest at night. Even if you know for a fact there's nothing out there, it still feels like something could be watching you.
I see. So with this so would you explain for us what exactly happened that night when the tragedy had happened?
Okay, quick question for the team. Again.
She's referring to what Kara Talk said about that night with you were escaping the embassy.
Well, from what it happened very quickly, in very fast succession. The first thing that happened was the fact we were making our way back to the tavern. And then many guards showed up. Panic ensued. We all scattered and gunfire occurred.
I see.
I wasn't with the main group, so I can't serve as an eyewitness for the damages that happened outside of what I heard my companions as well as what I'm hearing in court.
See. Do you think that do you believe that that you did what needed to be done to escape the situation safely?
I believe so. Because as we've stated, arquebuses aren't common here, but I can say for certain, and several members of the party can agree, getting shot at hurts more than getting shot at 10 arrows in the same spot. It is not pleasant. And quite frankly, it was a bit excessive, in my opinion.
If I may ask, how many were you shot at all during this situation?
I was not. I managed to successfully get away, but from what I understand, quick question, which party member got shot at the most?
Gale.
Gale.
I love how we all know that.
Ashraf and Lydia was targeted, but it missed, but Gale got, like, Swiss cheese.
He got
Gale
the baratata.
I will say...
Sneezes.
Daphne gestures to him. Gale actually got shot several times and had to be healed upon arriving back at our tavern.
I see. And from your experience, especially in matters of law and order, that how would you describe their use of force quite excessive?
I do not recall them ever... No, that correction. I would say it was excessive, yes. I, however, will be honest, I have not had much experience with the use of arquebuses, so I am not sure if they were attempting to do warning shots and failed horribly at it in the case of Gale, or if this is a new procedure they are doing in order to incapacitate the person away. Either way, rather excessive.
I see. No further questions. And she turns and walks away, leaving as Karatak approaches. I can feel the sudden
Daphne
shift in
gets
Daphne.
Daphne just slight smile and a nod towards Karatak as he walks up.
Daphne. So,
Damio.
as you have mentioned that about this incident that had occurred, that the force seemed to be a bit excessive. What do you think caused for them to use in what you say to be excessive force?
I can't say for certain, for they were the ones that shot at us first.
What do you and were you able to see when that they started shooting first?
No, but because I wasn't there.
So there's a possibility something had happened that you did not notice.
Quite certain, yes. However, I will say from experience with my party, we don't typically shoot first. Unless we are provoked.
So would you say that that you and your companions were provoked into causing the destruction of a bakery? Causing an explosion that that taken the lives of 10 of Kre'Iro's own soldiers?
Daphne's not laughing. This is Paulina
Yeah.
trying to keep his...
Lydia's just thinking a little bit
She's
lower.
just like, no.
Just like holding whiskey, like, fuck.
No.
No. My math was wrong, okay?
I was told about those events that happened, yes, and I will say that force had been excessive. I will, however, say though that the explosion occurred after they were being shot at, and it was a miscalculation done on a party member.
Can you say that for certain if you didn't even see the shot being fired?
Because the explosion happened after the shots.
And yet you didn't
Arquebuses are quite loud.
I will be asked. Let me finish my questions first, Miss Daphne.
Very well.
So you didn't see the first shot. Are you saying that you saw Are you saying that you saw right when the explosion had occurred, or before the steps that led to it?
I'm not claiming. I am correct. I am claiming I didn't see either. However, arquebuses.
So did you see either of those or not?
I heard them.
You heard them, but you did not see.
No, but arquebuses are quite loud.
Now.
As are explosions.
Of course, so are explosions. So. Then, you're claiming it to be... So would it be fair to say then that if there was an explosion, that then what you deem as excessive force may actually be necessary for the safety of others?
Perhaps, but the excessive force occurred before the explosion happened, because I heard the arquebuses before the explosion occurred.
How many shots did you hear fire before the explosion occurred?
Dang it, Dungeon Master, you're making me try to remember that.
At least a handful.
Shots, how many rounds do they have left?
That's Karatak being Karatak.
In truth, I would say probably around 10 to 11.
10 to 11 before the explosion.
Yes.
No further questions. As he turns and walks away.
That's a lot of gunshots, Dungeon Master.
Whoa, what?
I mean, it was second round of combat, I believe, is when they shot.
But there was
If I
multiple
remember
soldiers
correctly.
all shooting at the same time.
Yeah, so that does sound about right.
Yeah, like it was at least a dozen or like a handful.
Because how many actually hit Gale too?
Yeah, I think Gale took, like,
Gale got
10.
hit at least.
All
All of them hit him.
Yeah, and one was a critical hit too. And then there was
Yeah.
also the couple that got shot at Astraf and Lynn. I think that was like 3 or
And-
4 at the same time.
At
Is
this
Daphne
point,
let off the stand.
yeah, you're being let off the stand.
Thank fuck. Okay.
as there's this moment of pause, Umeko kind
Give him
of
back whiskey.
Cannabis approaches and approaches you,
Why am I a
Umeko.
animal now?
Okay, you can borrow.
And he says, what is the matter?
There's an orb in the corner. Someone's watching.
See.
Is it still there?
Can I look again to see if it's still there?
You look and it's still there.
Are we allowed to cast magic? I have Dispel on me.
Let me handle
What
this.
you read? Okay.
First, we're going to bring Umeko to question, and then going for the strike to the throat.
Yay, Gale did not have to get
I don't like the words of that being used after my.
Go get him.
Divine
Ted.
Raven, I would like to call upon Umeko to the stand.
Go, Umeko.
You got this.
I apologize now. I can hear my roommate loaded up Cuphead in the living room, so there
You're
might
good.
be yelling.
So as you are approaching and find yourself in the center, it kind of looks to you. Umeko, you are a native of this land, correct?
Yes, I was raised here in the Knock.
Now, so you are especially in ways of like our customs and traditions, you are essentially a good source of that for your companions. Is that correct?
When given the proper time to explain, yes.
So, with this understanding, how would you describe the force that was used by the Kree? Was it something that is considered to be common in our land, or how would you describe it?
I would say it's something that the Za soldiers would not be trained in or be held to do.
So the Za would definitely find this to be very improper. And you say this because how did you... Sorry, my apologies. Go ahead.
Just gonna say, if they were here to speak, I believe that's what they would say.
So you spent quite a bit of time in the Za, yes?
I have.
What was your purpose in dwelling there?
I helped train some of the newer recruits to see if they would be strong-willed enough to handle what the Emperor's talons provide.
So because of your experience in training these soldiers, your military experience, how would you compare to those of the Kree?
They're quick to make a call. If there's one thing that goes wrong, it seems that others will pay instead of the one who caused the problem.
I see. So, and would you happen to have evidence of this?
We were given, we could provide a memory of that exact scenario happening.
With your permission. And the Divine Raven gives his permission, and who's going to present that evidence?
That's Lydia's memory, I believe.
All right.
Yep.
I already
Lydia.
sent Asaf up there with his pin, so I will take
Yep.
my turn.
All right, so you send the pin out, and you activate it, and you just hear the audio of all that had happened. And it's no doubt that this is the voice of Kre'Iro. So this seems to be, and after it's finished, she looks to Umeko. Seems that this is rather a sickening way of dealing with this, would you say?
I'd say it's not the honorable way of dealing with it.
So would you say that these soldiers are quite inexperienced?
I'd say they're more than experienced to be able to do that to each other.
The sort of experience that makes it that is understood as being quite brutal. Now, with that in mind, would it be fair to say that there are other underhanded tricks that might be used by them? And as she's saying this, she seems to be putting her back to that corner, and just glancing over, just like trying to hint at you about where she's kind of going with this line of questioning.
I wouldn't put it past them if they've done that before.
So, with that understanding of there being them using underhanded tricks, would it be fair to say that even in this courtroom, they might not be as safe and private as it should be? I object to this question. As you hear from Kato. This offense is not. He's like quite shocked from hearing this, as he says, "For what point is there to question as to the sanctity and privacy of this trial?" And you hear from the Divine Raven, "Is there a reason for this concern?" Katavis glances over to you, Umeko.
She'll just hold up her Gemacine. Just like looking at the orb, I don't know if you can look through this, but I can show you as an orb. I don't know if that's possible.
And as this happens, you hear from Baize, negate any magic that is being used. And you see one of them, almost like he's dropped down from like the raptors itself, and just like boom, and just with its open talon, just opens it, and you see a sphere before it shatters, and casting Dispel Magic. And you just see oh my goodness. Maddie Games, oh my goodness, thank you so much for the raid. I forgot. Oh my goodness, that woke me up. Thank you so much, Maddie Games. It's good to see you. Thank you so much for the raid, everyone. Much love to y'all.
Oh, I'm not subbed anymore. I have my banner. No!
You guys just missed a ninja
how
pose
could
on the
you?
ceiling.
And as this happens, as you see, which ironically enough was the nice timing, but you see the sphere suddenly appear for a moment before it's gone as it's been dispelled. And there's quite a bit of a hush going on before the Divine Raven speaks. We will continue this trial after time has passed. We will take a break and ensure the security of this place. And you then hear the voice once more booming. We will return in 1 hour.
Jesus.
And that is where we're going to end session tonight.
Yay!
Oh,
Yay.
That was a long
dear,
session,
deep
but thank you.
breath.
That was a long session, but thank you so much for sticking with us and this. So we'll be continuing on with some more shenanigans the next session. So do keep in mind, everyone, that we will be that Ichor in Honor won't be next week, but it'll be the week after that. Also, thank you all again so much for hanging out with us, and thank you to Maddie Games for the raid. Much love to you. It's definitely good to see you see some people again. So thank you again, everyone, for hanging out with us tonight. Please stay safe, stay healthy, and we will see you all again next time. Have a good night, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.